Okay. Let's see. I need this one here. I need that one there. I just want to check here. How does that look? Okay. Too shabby, not too bad. Let's get cracking. Okay, we got some picture on. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Pia's Creative Corner. It is Thursday, and today is a new beginning. A lot of new things today, and still the same. So don't worry, no, not so much new. So we are completely out of comfort zone. Hello, Diamond always. How are you today? Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. So let's see. Yeah. I have finished Forest Friends, and I have done some. I've been very productive. Hey, Heroes and Diamonds, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Hello, Ulla, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Perfect, Diamond Art always. Perfect. So, um, I have been very productive today, and I have been creating a couple of videos, and I did that a couple of days ago too, and that means that I just put up 4 videos on my YouTube channel. It's not new, on my YouTube channel, and it is under the in the playlist that's called Tips and Tricks 2024, I think. Disclaimer: they are all in Danish. And that's how all of my tips and tricks videos will be. It is a service for my Danish followers, and the reason why I have it like that is because there's lots of how-to videos in English, but not that many in Danish. So that was one of the reasons why I created the YouTube channel to begin with. So because I've been doing that, that is why the whole setup is like this today. And that is why I won't show you Forest Friends until the end of the stream, because then I'm gonna clear out the table, and hopefully I will be somewhere where I can do it without being in the middle of putting stones on. So the picture I'm going to work on this one. It is this beautiful one from Walloa. And let's see, it looks like this. And it has a special meaning for me, because the dress the girl is wearing is a Korean national dress, and the bird is a crane, and that is the Korean national bird, or yeah, kind of. So it's a lot to do with where I was born, and that is why I felt when I bought it, and when I saw it, I was like, I need this. This one is one I need no matter what. So it is a 50 by 70, and that means that it can stay just within the borders of my lap pad, and it fits perfectly in that way. So, and I tried to put on, because it is with round drills, and this is something I do every time I'm picking one of my kits with round drills. I'm always checking whether this ruler is fitting. Because if it fits perfectly, I'm gonna use the ruler, and if it's not, I'm not. For the longest time, I had kind of a compromise. So if it just fitted, if I just could kind of maybe halfway it would fit and the rest wouldn't, or one third of the way, I would do it. But today I decided, or recently I decided, that it's gonna fit 100%, and I hope and preferably the whole ruler, but at least half or more than half. So, and this does apparently. So I'm gonna work with this. I have another one completely the same, but a bit less. Oh my, I'm gonna yawn. So hang on. Oh, I just, you know, the feeling of you need to yawn, and it's not because you're tired per se, but it's just like you need to, need oxygen to the brain. Um, so I have another one, and as I recall it, it's not that worn. I have been mistreating this one a bit, I think, and it is not really good all the way, but it is good enough. I can use it, and I have the other one in the other room. Hmm. Hey, Ike from North. Ike from North, welcome. First time you're here? Not first time. Okay. No, I was wondering. I was kind of. It was kind of a question mark because, um, it's not. It didn't tell me it was the first time, and usually it does. But maybe you will be one of my lurkers. So, but welcome. No matter what, welcome. I'm glad to see you here and appreciate you no matter what, whether you lurk or whatever. So, what are you guys up to? Welcome, welcome. Gina, hello. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you here. Oh my. Hey, Veranda. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by to my and visit my little channel here. So are you gonna lurk a bit, Veranda, for some tips and tricks when it comes to um diamond painting, perhaps? I am just starting a new picture, and today I did some content for my YouTube channel, especially about what the last things I'm doing on when I do diamond painting, when I finish the project, and the first things I'm doing, but to preparing and to the whole setup and all that. So, yeah, I'm going to be drawing while you work. Perfect, perfect. I should. I'm almost. If I have known, it's like when people are coming unannounced to your home. If I have known you were stopping by, I would have baked a cake. So if I've known you were stopping by, I would have been coloring just to make you happy. Because I know that you always get so happy when I coloring. However, I do have plans about coloring uh later this stream, maybe in the end. So but yeah, it is what it is. I'm happy to be here no matter what you do. You're so kind, Rhonda. Rhonda is one of my is actually one of the first ones I think I visited one of the first streamers beside Miss Coffee when I joined Twitch. So, uh, and I think it was kind of his way of welcome me as a new and totally newbie, and just being, oh, like when you go into a big thing, a big cathedral or something, you're just like, wow. Everything is new, everything is like, a lot of things are happening on the screen. And I just felt so welcome to the community, and it was like, well, everything was possible in that spirit. And so I would say that the two of them, Rhonda and Miss Coffee, was kind of the ones that made me find the courage to be like, okay, I can do this Twitch. I was streaming on. Yay! I'm glad you felt welcome. I'm absolutely there. I absolutely there. So I started doing live streaming on YouTube before Twitch and had all that. So it was not that new, but the whole there was a lot of things going on Twitch when you're coming from YouTube, where the whole chat is a completely different setup. Twitch is something else. Let's just say that. So okay, I am doing today. I'm gonna work on this, and probably for the most of the stream. Let's see how far my body is able to stay put. I'm gonna work with these round drills, with these rulers, and my pens I'm gonna use for this one are these ones. Those are so far my favorite pens from Norse Alchemist. Um, so this one is a hybrid where it's wood in the ends, and it is, I think, actually was the first I bought, and this is one of the latest one I got. I think when Halloween last year. So I haven't had the funds for buying new since, but the minute I get it, I am absolutely gonna buy more pens from him. That's for sure. So I'm just gonna find my chair here. I think I got it. So I started the big revamping of my tips and tricks videos, and but I didn't. I initially I was gonna delete all of the old ones, but I decided I couldn't get myself to remove them, to be honest, because some of them had some comments on, and so I made a whole archive just for the old ones. And then I made a new playlist for these new ones, and I think in a way I'm gonna try and combine the videos so that they're gonna be as short as possible, and then I'm gonna have this like um, repeating comment that if you want more to know more, come and visit me at my stream, so that it's gonna be like a appetizer more than a heavy instruction video. Ula's asking how his superstar is going. That is my dog. Uh, my dog has completely captured Ula's heart, as he often does with people he meets, and he is actually doing absolutely great. I don't know. I don't think that we started throwing things. I was almost gonna say at him, not at him, but for him, because I would say Monday he was almost back to himself. Monday morning, the night between Sunday and Monday, I was still sleeping in the living room, just if to so he wasn't gonna try and jump up in the bed. And he seemed more at peace, less in pain. So Monday when I got up, he seemed more happy, more himself, more like a bit cheeky too, and I tried to ask him to jump up in the bed, and he did um, in my usual bed. So he absolutely was as a day went. He got more and more himself. So I think we dodged the bullet. We didn't go to the vet, and he and I slept in the usual bed Monday night. So I think that he's okay. He hasn't had anywhere he's kind of didn't want to, um, support on that leg. And what when we noticed he was kind of okay was when he made that when they rolled from the side to the back, and he actually was lying on the back with all four legs in the air and was like with his tongue out of his mouth and sleeping. um because before he couldn't make that roll, he couldn't. Whenever he was getting up to going to get out of the bed or stand up, he would either cry or whine. So I think just he got a sprain something, and now he got, because we're keeping him so much in uh in 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 peace, and no running as much as we can. So we what we did is that we let him run freely in his own pace. And when we walked him yesterday, he was like his own self, and he has his zoomies. He has to kind of run off some energy. So, but the thing is that as soon as you throw the Kong, he will forget all about everything, and he will go 100% after the prey, so to speak. So we need to be careful and do a slowly introduction and not throw too far, and be careful of how much. Maybe only do it once and see how he's doing and everything. Hey Bins, good to see you here. Thanks for stopping by. Ulla is happy to hear that he's doing good, because she has been thinking a lot of him. This one is annoying me a bit. Do I have which one is that one? Okay, maybe I should do some diamond painting. Get this show rolling. Oh, hey. Okay, better. Sometimes I can't help laughing a bit of myself, because can get annoyed by so peculiar things. Like for instance, this the corner of the washi tape on the picture was kind of lifting, and instead of just ignoring, be like, hey, what the hell, um I was keeping correcting and keeping, trying to make it flat. So now I just put something else on. I sadly won't manage to be here long, but should catch the last half hour. Mom's needing me to sort some tech issues. Oh, of course. Go and help your mom, Bench. Thanks for stopping by anyway. I'm just happy you just popped in. And you're more than welcome whenever real life is more important than the online life. Always, Bench. Always. And if moms need you, you need to be there. Sure, Bench. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you will get it solved with the tech problems for your mom. So, my setup in here where I'm streaming are always a bit, sometimes it's better than others. And today I think I'm gonna change it a bit around, and for next time I'm gonna do the stream. I was just so tired, so I just went for a nap and just left everything in here. I just wanted to load up the videos and then just go for the nap. So, um, I think for the next time I'm gonna stream, it's gonna be a lot more. I'm just feeling like I'm sitting a bit weird, I think. So we're gonna do like this first. And I'm gonna do. Come on, well, maybe I'll do this. Yeah, and then I'm gonna just turn it a bit. So I want as much as I can get of the whole, because I'm working on the whole piece. Yeah, on the whole. There you go. Because I'm working on the whole section, so I'm not just working on a small part of it. So I really need you to be able to see the whole thing and not just a small part of it. So I am using this mesh ruler, and I know a lot of people are curious about it. I have been using mesh rulers from the beginning, with different pictures, and I will say it's not always the expensive one. It's like it fits. I think it sometimes is a bit of a hit and miss whether it fits or not. But hey, Catherine, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. So I have tried different kinds of these mesh rulers, and this one I'm having here are by far the best one. I did try a smaller one I used for a while. The problem with that one was the way I am working with the thing. They were too fragile. They were actually um, breaking up in the mesh every time I was kind of removing the ruler from the canvas, and that was kind of, it got a bit expensive in keeping buying new mesh rulers. So I will say this one is by far the best one of them. But as I say, it's not every picture they fit on, and not every DAC picture, not every OLO picture. Some they don't, some they do. In the beginning, I had the feeling that it had a lot to do with how quickly they were removed from the printer. You know, if if you're not letting the machine do the whole process and push out the push out or stop and do the next before you're taking the one it's doing. And this is something you can do when can have get a routine about doing when you are very busy and you have a lot of things to do and a lot of prints to do. You can, and it's not obviously for the naked eye, so to speak, but when you put a mesh rule on, it will get a bit obvious, because you will see there will be a slightly draw shift in the print. and that usually are the sign of that someone has removed this before it was actually done printing. But I'm not saying it is. Sometimes with some of them, I think to me it was like this. This I think was what happened, but other times I just think it's just the way how the whole print in itself is. So so I'm just happy when it does fit, and I do get it when people are asking me, well, is it worth it? And I think it's in a way it's an individual thing. I would say if it fits and you can do it like this, just put it out and just lay it out and work on it and then remove it and work on it. No problem. Do try it out. Some will think it's still not worth it because it is a bit of an extra work. I think that, in my opinion, the extra work I have with it are being paid back with how it looks, how the lines are aligned with the drills, and they are put in a way that it's not possible to do without. Because no matter how careful I am in placing the drills, I will never be able to put them with the same space as a ruler does. That's completely impossible. So in itself, I would say that that way it is worth it. But it's just because it's me, you know. It's not something, I don't think anyone else will be noticing it. None of those I have given pictures to has been like, oh, so you didn't use a ruler for this one. I mean, um, so or said, oh, I can see you used a ruler for this one. They are all of them have been really like just, wow, this looks beautiful. Where did you do this by yourself? And where did you get it from? And is that what you're doing when you are like home and things? So it's more those kind of comments than did you use a ruler here? So it is a lot for my sake. Mm, More than anything, I would say. Um, I mean, I did the whole Pride picture with from JoJo Arts with the tiger and the dragon and all that. I did that without a ruler, and I am not in 1 second today. It is hanging on in my kitchen on in my kitchen, and it's hanging on a level so I can actually go and go really close to the picture. But I'm not doing that. I'm just enjoying the picture every time I walk by it, and just enjoy the colors and, oh yeah, that's right. And I just, you know it makes me happy to have bright colors in a kind of an old kitchen, where everything just gets, for every year almost gets more and more worn out. It's just so good to have some happy colors there. I really appreciate that. And not just because I made it myself, but because of the art. So I'm not like going straight up and put my nose into picture and be like, I should have placed that differently. So it is. I put it up last year, and I haven't done anything to it, but just put it up. It is hanging without any kind of frame or glass or anything. So it is really, I want to test it. I want to see, because a kitchen can be kind of greasy. That would be, uh, things from when you have been cooking and all that. So things do tend to get a bit greasy, even though they are not, in direct contact with the whole cooking stove and that, but it still is kind of in the air, or can be. So I want to see how how much this can, you know, can this how good, how long will it last? Will that suddenly drop stones, or you know, um, and I'm just kind of, hang on, did I give it a code or something? I'm just suddenly a bit in doubt. Jesus, am I lying to you guys? It suddenly hits me. I think actually I am. Because did I give it a code just because it was going to be in the kitchen? And I wanted to be able to clean it with a damp cloth? I'm actually not sure. You're still alive? Yeah? Shoot. Is it dropping frames? No. What do you mean, Catherine? So, but I think, I don't think I'm lying, but I'm actually, to be honest, I can't remember. I suddenly had doubts whether I did give it a coat so I could clean the picture because it is hanging in the kitchen and all that. Maybe. I need to look that into that. But that being said, I'm just enjoying the picture. It was more that I was gonna say I am enjoying the picture a lot. Um, and when people are asking what do you do with your finished ones, a lot of them are on my walls in my home. Um, but I don't have space, enough free wall space for all of them, and I'm not gonna like put them from top to bottom. So a lot of my pictures are, of course, storage somewhere else. Um, but again, the ones I can put up or have space for, I will. I have a couple of pictures. I'm trying desperately to save up money for glass and frames. It is my two big zodiac signs, Gemini and Taurus. And it is one of Chuck Pinson's um, honey drip farm. And the reason why I want glass and frame in on those are because the the spaces that gonna where they're gonna be with other frame pictures. So I really want them to, you know, be it's they're not gonna be like singled out in that way. I want them to be, so when you look at the wall, it's gonna be, oh, it's a beautiful one. And it would be amazing if someone said, oh, who painted that? It's like, I painted, well, I didn't paint the original. No. And the ones they're gonna replace are someone that I did in the beginning, and they will be put in a portfolio I have because they are 50 by 50, so they will, you know, suit perfectly in there. And and then I have my whole rental spangler thing. I initially was thinking that I was gonna put them everyone in my guest room, but um I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna put them actually right out where the hallway where this room is. They could be there with no problem. Um, Maybe, and also because it is actually only room in the whole house we haven't been doing anything, painted or anyway. So it would actually freshen up the room to have a lot of pictures put out there, I think. Oops. Same issue, so I have started rotating them. Yeah. I think in a way you will be like, because they're so beautiful, so you wanna display them, right? So you will have to in a way. Oh, I am working on this one. It is from Loa, and it is a French artist, Vayonette, and she has made this one. And this has a special meaning for me because um, it is a girl in a Korean national dress with a national bird. A bird you will see a lot out there, the crane. So, um, and it was such a cute one, I think. So when I saw they released it, I was like, I'm gonna have that, and it almost immediately sold out. So I had actually been waiting for it to restock. And I don't know about me and restocking, but when I'm like, I want that one, I should have learned by now that I need to put money aside because they are for sure being restocked when I don't have the money for it. It's crazy. It's the same with the Color of Life, the one I just bought and unboxed and all that. I did the comparison with the Dreamer Design canvas. It was something I was like, I'm gonna have to do it on a payment plan because I don't have the money for it right now. I would have next month, but I don't have now, and I'm not gonna sit and wait for it to get out of stock one more time and for me to wait for it to come back. So I'm actually quite happy that I have two kinds of multiplacers. I have these ones are from Amazon and they are a bit thicker in the design than the ones from DAC, from Diamond Art Club. But when I'm working with the ruler, it's actually quite good because I have tried with one from DAC and I get a bit scared that I'm gonna break them, to be honest, because I do use slightly force when I'm putting the drills down in this ruler. So I'm always getting a bit, ooh. So this week, I did finish Forest Friends, as I said, and that means I also started a new picture. And I was thinking of putting it up. The picture, I wanted to put a picture up on my Instagram, and then I forgot all about it, and it suddenly hit me today. I think it's like, okay, it's gonna wait. I'm not, I haven't been working that much on it, to be honest. So, and I think it's gonna be a project that I will have at least 2 months, right to to the end of April. I'm gonna do two other pictures in the month of May because it is my birthday month. So I want to do something special there when it comes to pictures. So, but I did work on it last night. And that the other one I'm working on is with square drills, and it is a 70 by 90, so it's a bit larger than this one. This one is a 50 by 70, so in that sense, I really enjoy the, the changing around, doing this on one day, on some of the days, and the other on the other days. This one I think will have a bit more confetti because it is, there's 50 colors in this one, and it is, as I say, a 50 by 70. The other one has 43, 42, 43 colors, and is a bit larger. So that is clearly a color block picture, and it is. It is. I have started on it, and I'm using my 12 placer a lot. Let's just say that. It's okay. It's a good change. I like the mix, and if I can't get it in the picture itself, I am happy that I can do with the two pictures in between. So it's gonna be a little bit of this and then a little bit of that, and makes it less of a tedious thing, whether it is whether we are talking confetti or we are talking color blocking. So in that sense, I really enjoy having more than one, working on one picture. Oh, and the other, I'm not gonna tell you which one I'm working on. No, the other one I'm working on is Snow Dragon. I finally got my Snow Dragon on my table and on my light pad, and the colors in it are the blue, light blue, violet, purple colors. They are so cute. It's just, it's a bit strange and cute about a dragon, but it is those. I just love them. I'm completely in love with those colors, and I'm loving just working just when I was kitting it up. It was like, oh, I love this color. Oh, I love this color. So yeah. Okay, we have a little bit here. I'm just sitting and thinking, oh, I don't hope it's gonna be like when I did Golden Glade, because that was confetti from day one. It's not. I know that that bit, there's large pieces here where it's gonna be color blocking. It was just a thought I just had. So my plan today is I'm gonna work as much as possible with this one, and that will be 3 hours or so. Um, Unless my eyes and my back is like no. Um, and then we're gonna do some angel cards, and I think I'm gonna do some coloring today. Maybe not the markers, but I can just do my color pencil and the adult coloring book. I'm either gonna do that or I'm gonna do the scratch, because I just remember I actually have a small scratch picture of the woman thing, so I could do that. And let's see. I know from experience that it has a lot to do with how my eyes are at the end of the day. Um, and diamond painting has a lot to do how my hands are. So let's see which part of my body is is best in shape today, and we will go with that one. So, okay. If you were part of my stream last week, especially my Friday stream, you might remember I told you I had a bit of an off day. My dog was not doing too well, and my husband was not doing too well. My husband just got fired, and he got shown the door, so he was not having any kind of days where he, what do you call that? Just when you have days, you still have to work, but you also have, it's like you are fired, but you still have to stay and work at the place. So, but he didn't get that. So he was talking to the union and all that, but because he got shown the door, they're not gonna give him any kind of economical support for about 3 weeks. But hopefully, it's gonna be like, because his salary was is kind of it's running from the 15 to the 15 in the month, so maybe it's only a week or 2 weeks he's gonna miss out on, and hopefully we will get that back in a lawsuit against them. He did contact the union about it, because we believe that it was wrong of them, his employer, to treat him like that. And everyone else, I would say everyone he's been talking to has supported him, and he has actually got a lot of support from his former co-workers and other people he has been in contact with during the day, during a work day. So and actually the one who fired him, his boss did not know that this has happened. Um, so there's a lot of things going on, and people are very worried, but I think and I think that is one of the most important thing, is that he has come closer to a believing that he hadn't done anything wrong. It was usually you will get kind of thrown out of a workplace because you have, stolen or abused power, or sex harassment, or any and other kinds of harassments and stuff like that. Or you're showing up on work intoxicated, and that would usually be the reason why people are thrown out. not because of um, not with the reason they gave my husband. So um, and it does not make any sense, I think, to a lot of people. um, and the management can't give any answers on why, because people are like, but then what we are doing are wrong. So and they have tried, and they said, well, what are we gonna do when this and this and this, and the answer's been, then it's gonna do that, and they said we can't because that's what Kai got fired on, and they had no answer for that. So it's kind of getting clearer and clearer that it actually had nothing to do with his work effort or anything. It had a lot to do with that particularly boss didn't like my husband, and that it was more to do with that than anything else. And I'm just gonna shake my head and be like, what the hell? So it was so clear. It's getting clear and clear that it is a personal thing, and it has nothing to do with the abilities, or the work ethic or anything. It has only to do with the fact that he actually, just because my husband is a person that does not stay quiet, and he want to help people, and he does, he's not afraid of asking why. So and it's, I mean, you get extra money being a management, by being in management. So and if you're not doing the work right, and people are asking, can't we get it in another way, or what can we do it differently so it gets better, and you don't want to, and they say why, and you don't, you because he has never had a good answer on anything. So that is the theory we have, but we don't know about it. So, and the people that had asked, like, management why, they acted like they did. They had said that, well, there's always two sides of a thing, and that is true. But the thing is that in this case, there's kind of just the facts are the facts. It's because it's not like, it would be more true if, for instance, he was fired because of some kind of, he had been bullying anybody, or harassing anybody, or that can be kind of a two-sided thing. When people are saying things, how do other people take them? And um, but that it had nothing to do with how my husband is communicating with other people, or solving the task he's been, or the projects he's been on, and he's well liked around the whole palette there. So and that's, I think there's a lot of lifted eyebrows and side eyes, that like, what the hell is happening in there. He was on the address yesterday, but he was not in there where he used to work. He was on then, and he was visiting the neighbor, because he wanted to say goodbye and have a chat with them, and because he was in the area. And then the one who is sitting and welcome people in the reception, she was kind of almost attacked by Kai's former boss, that what did Kai want, and he was not supposed to be there, and he's not allowed to be in the building, and he was very, very rough on her, and she got really, really sad and was really afraid she'd done something wrong. So she talked she told her boss, and he said, "Well, I'm gonna have a chat with the person because that is actually none of his business. We are not one company. We are two companies, and one is a service company. We are the customer, and he needs to be nice, or we are gonna take our business somewhere else." Um, and I think it's a very essential or key point he is talking about is um, that actually my husband was working in a service organization. They were helping their customer, um, the Danish railroads, and in maintenance of all the stations and being, service minded about there would be lights, and if anybody had smashed the lights, they would come and repair it, and so on and so forth. So and the other one where he was visiting, and the persons or the people he was talking to were actually, the customer. It was those people he wanted to say goodbye to, and have a chat with as he was in the area. And the person he was talking to, among others, were the head of the whole security, and he was like, "You're always welcome here. We know who you are. You've been coming here for the past 7 years, so of course you're more than welcome to stop by and say hi. And I hope you will do, and have a cup of coffee and a cake, and let's have a chat whenever you feel like it. That is not anything to do with your former employer. That none of them are going to decide whether you can visit us or not. You're always welcome here. You have done nothing wrong in our work relationship." So yeah. So um and I was it's but it has been kind of a, it became a bit of a different winter holiday for me. And due to that, and all with my dog and all that, I really was I did have it did take a time for me to kind of get, my bearings and get the balance back. Just because when my dog is poorly, I am really, really fragile, and it's the one thing I don't know how to cope with, to be honest. It's when my dog is screaming. I am completely shattered inside when he cries, and it hurts my dog mom heart and my personal human heart and everything. I can't. And I think I am a bit traumatized, and I did say to my husband, I think I'm a bit traumatized with the fact that the previous two we did have to put down in a similar situation. So I was like, I already saw that without saying it. I was like, already had that picture in my head, and so I think I did use a lot of resources those days on just staying above and waiting for it to be Monday and see. And we did decide Sunday that he was gonna visit a vet, and I don't know whether it was the threat of a vet that kind of, got him to be like, okay, I'm just gonna be like, everything is okay, nothing is wrong with me, I am doing good, I'm a good boy. I don't think so. He really loves the vet. So I mean, he is a happy camper when he realizes he's going to a vet. To him, a vet is a equal good treaties, a lot of treats, a lot of happy people loving dogs. So he's always a happy camper. I will say leaving the vet. He's also happy leaving the vet. He's not like let's stay and have a chat, cup of coffee. When we're kind of done, we're done. We need to get out because not everything was happy camping when he's been at the vet. So, but he's not scared. My some of my old dogs were scared, and I know Kai's old dogs, my husband's old dog, he was terrified. We had to carry him to into the vet to this examination because he otherwise he was not gonna have it. So luckily he was kind of a small dog, so we could just pick him up and put him in and be like, okay, let's let's get started. So he never said anything. He was just not happy about the vet. So yeah. So I think in a way that all the plans I had to what I was gonna do in my winter holiday and why I was having this winter holiday just kind of got thrown overboard, and I had to rethink things because I mean for the first I think Monday I was sleeping. I was still kind of a stress situation with the body. I had a bit of still, leftovers adrenaline in the body, so I was not that tired. But Tuesday it hit me like a rock. It was really hard for me to wake up and get around. I did a bit of recording Tuesday, and then yesterday I tried to have like a day off, do whatever I wanted to, and I did. But still, and then today I was like, I need to just have the feeling I have completed just a couple of the thoughts I had before the holidays. So I did. So at least I got to do 4 videos for my tips and tricks. Maybe tomorrow I'm gonna do a couple of shoots for my gallery, and then I think I'm just gonna call it a day with that. Mm. So, so how do I, as a person, cope with things when that happens? Because I will tell you a secret. That's not a secret, but I will tell you a secret anyway. Is that I, as a person, when for me to be happy, I need to have the chance to organize and, um, you know, be prepared for things had to happen. When you are like that, it is very difficult to live in a life where everything is chaos every other minute. I will tell you. And maybe because a lot of my life has been like not life, but adult life has been like that. I think that I discovered really early in my adult life that this was the way for me to like stay afloat and find a way to um, still keep my sanity when everything else was falling apart. Um, so one of the things I do is I go horseback riding, and with that I would. It's not like it's not like the horses is the answer for anything for everyone. They are for me. So I think what I would say is if you are a person that maybe have some issues like it could be some anxiety issue, it could be some personality issues, maybe have kind of disorder or whatnot. What my recommendation would be is that find that one thing. or maybe more, but usually it's just one thing that makes you happy, that can make you laugh right into the core of your heart. You know, the feeling when you are laughing just because it makes you happy, and you can almost feel how the endorphins and the happy energies are just releasing, and your whole body will kind of relax. That is what the um, the horses give me, and they forces me to be there with them. So I do get about an hour where I can't think of anything but being there and work with that horse I'm working with. So I can't just suddenly, my mind can't drift off, because at the minute it does it. I was only almost gonna say my horse. It's not my horse, but I have a favorite horse, and as much as I can, it will be him I am working with. So it's kind of why I said my horse. But he will absolutely do whatever that he finds is suits him. So if I'm not there, he will. Yeah, he will just walk as it pleases him. Eat, have some grass, uh, tuck in the reins. He's not being dangerous naughty. He will just do some of the things that he knows that is not allowed. That he will always be corrected in. And sometimes he does it anyway. Not go and eat grass, but he will kind of put weight on the reins. And if you're not careful, suddenly he will have, without you noticing it, he will have long. You will suddenly ride him for very long reins, and then he will be like upping up the speed. Um, and then it can kind of get, you will he can run off. He's not doing it because my riding instructor will be there, and I will never allow it to be, so but that's kind of where it could go if I would just let it all slide. But I'm not. I mean, and I'm working with him from the ground, so a lot of the things that I have from the back uh, is just small correction, to be honest. So that was the first row. Ooh la. Yeah, Uda says that is what the dogs do for her. So because they are doing funny things, and they will make her laugh. Yeah. And I mean, it is a balance too, because um, horses can be funny and they can look funny. But in some situation, if it is in a correcting situation, you can't laugh at them. And that is like the same with the dogs. If you have corrected a dog and it kind of gives you a funny answer, doing funny things with the body, in kind of answering you, you can't laugh at it of it, because then you're kind of approving. And to my opinion, that is one of the hardest thing when it comes to doing dog obedience. I have had an instructor more than once said to me, "You don't laugh with your dog, because you are kind of saying it. I might say no, but I actually think yes." But he's so funny when he does it. Yeah. Okay, it was a bit. This is one of the things that are with when you're having guiding circles on it. So if the picture, no, if the ruler is not putting, if I'm not really careful on how I place it, I will have to do a bit of after correcting. That being said, I am very, very picky with this. So that doesn't necessarily has to be anything wrong with the picture per se. Or it can't just it's just a possibility that it's more to be with me than the picture per se. But I'm just saying. So what I do now is I'm just shuffling them a bit in the other direction. And what happens is, because the glue is still very fresh on this, it will kind of let go and still pull it back. So I do push them a bit more than I usually would, I think, just to be sure that they will kind of bounce back. And it seems like they do. But as I say, this is just because I am a bit, yeah, I wouldn't say, I am just very, very picky. It needs to be correct. It needs to be right. So, and it will be this way. It's not something you have to do necessarily. It's just me, and I know it. So as long as I just know it, everything is good. Okay. But what I would say is, but it is something that can be a challenge, just in general, with these guiding circles, because they are white. And the white background is really perfect when it comes to being able to see the symbol, and you're not that dependent on the color and all that. If the color is more like the color of the drill, you will have to think a bit on what color you then use for printing the symbol in. So, and in when you're using guiding circle this way, you don't have to do it that much. Diamond Art Club has moved away for these kind of white guiding circles. They are more like just a transparent circle, and with a very, very slight thin line that makes it a circle. Hang on. I have friends writing to me. Ooh. Okay. think I'm gonna use this one just because my sticky mats are a bit in the way. They're a bit they're not so good for are not so suited when I use the ruler, to be honest. Just because I'm moving the cover paper in another rhythm. Okay, let's see. Yeah. We just we're just gonna take it. So everything's kind of back to normal now, I would say. Tomorrow I have an appointment to get my feet done. Uh, I had to cancel last month, and so they are really bad, my feet at the moment. Um, so I'm really looking forward to get them done, to be honest. Um, and then I think that I might be dragging my husband with me so we can go a bit um not for shopping per se, but just you might know go for a ride and have a ride out in the nature and just relax and enjoy a bit that I'm not working and he's not working either. I think it was not, if it, sometimes these things are coming. If it's something to do with the company has to cut back on things, it's kind of a rumor and you get used to that. You might be in that bunch that will be fired. But I know how it is when you think that it's not you and it is you, or you don't see that coming at all. I had a job at one point where I was working as a secretary um, for the management, and it was American software, and it was just when the golden age stopped for the software companies, and their the shares on the stock market, they were dropping, and they needed to show the stockholders that they were acting on that drop. So they fired a lot of people, and I was among those, and that was just unfortunately, but I was one of the last one that had been hired. I was in that pile, so to speak, but it was a deep secret, and I had one of the manager I was working with was the HR manager, and it was not uncommon that he would call me down for a meeting, and I would grab my pen and my papers and be ready for whatever. So and when I entered and I looked at him, I could see something was wrong, and he was like, "I'm really sorry, Pia. I have this really bad news, and I have to let you go because so and so." And I was like, "Okay." And he said, "I do get it. Why, if you want to go and leave, um, and I also get it if you don't want to stay here uh, for the entire period that you can that you are employed. If you want to call in sick or anything, I do get it, cause that was not any of our wishes, and it's pure policy. We have to, the company has to show the stockholders that they're doing something, and this is what they landed on. So I think it helped a bit. He said, I think I would recommend you to do what I'm gonna do when I come home. Have a big glass of red wine and just close the eyes and wait for the next day to arrive. I was like, yeah, something like that. So so I do get the feeling of, it's like it's unreal. You can't really grasp what happened, and it's kind of that feeling my husband is having at the moment, that is it really so. We were talking about him doing something at home because he gets so restless and he can't find like peace, anything. He's because he's not sick. So, and it's just not him as a person to lay on the couch all day or play PlayStation. It's good for some hours, but then he needs to do something else. So we kind of talked about what things he could do at home just to keep him busy until he gets a new job. I'm guessing that when we reach March 1st, he will either start a new job, start when he's gonna start a new job, or have some interviews in line to a potential new job. So it will be something that will be happening within the next couple of weeks, and then I hope, of course, that there will be some kind of either settlement, or we can win the case in the court for him, so he will get paid the money he actually has a right to, as they has fired him. So instead of him losing money, we could actually he could actually get paid, and in a way, so he won't it's okay. He will still have the right for those money, even though he gets a new job. So that could give us some room for economic finance room, and I could get some of the things I want to, and some of the things we need to, and so it would give a lot of air um, that way. So so it's not all that bad that it won't benefit, but we haven't won the settlement or anything yet, so it's still just kind of a dream phase. I'm on, so but I do hope it will return, it will turn into reality at one point. That would be nice, and that would kind of make it okay. It's never gonna turn good, and he's for sure never gonna forgive what they did to him. um I think that what can make it a bit more bearable is knowing that if the manager who did fire him, or the boss that did fire him, that he will not go unpunished. Um, that it's something that he either will get, a written warning on, or get fired on, or whatever, or be like, you do this once and we will let it go, and then do it twice and you're out of here. Something like that, so it's like not something he can do to any other person. That could be kind of, then it could be okay. um but it is very, very unethical, unmoral, in any way, the way he has been treated. I mean, the problem is, and in that way you could say it is kind of excusable or whatnot, but the manager who fired him has not been there for the past. He's just worked there recently, started working there recently. So for the 4 years that's been previous, or 3 years, um, he has no knowledge on what my husband has been doing for the company. But a bit of him asking around, and making an interest in how things have been done here, that could have prevented all this. But yeah, So in a lot of ways, I think it's a bad person. He's a bad manager. Um, in the way that he's not a good leader, and he is a person that just are utilizing the power that he has as a manager. And some people just can't, um, they are not made to have power like that, unfortunately. So, but we are in the process that the union has written to his former employer and said that the they are not recognizing it as a right way to fire my husband, and they think that they should pay him what they owe him in unpaid salary. There's a lot of people that can't. They're not made for getting stars on. No. Yeah, that's right. And I have seen it on when I was in security in Copenhagen Airport that as soon as they got the uniform on, they kind of forgot why we were there. Um, but on the other hand, the uniform also could be kind of the reason why we were met with hostility, without being have done anything before we said or did anything. So it's a two-way street, I think, in that situation. But this was kind of, I mean, when you call when you invite to a meeting, um, to talk about some difference in in the registration of the hours, um, but you don't give the person in question a chance to defend himself. You're just kind of throwing a bunch of papers, and then you fire him. It's like, but then where did it? I mean, how can you treat a person like that? No one has complained about him. No one has complained about the task he's been doing. No one has said that the company is losing money on what he's doing. So, how can you feel you are entitled to treat another person like that? And even if there had been complaint, even if he was a bad person, you as a manager are supposed to, it's part of your job to behave in a professional way, and the way they did that is not professional. They were not willing to listen to what he had to say, and the problem in it is that, no, I mean, as I said before, that they can't tell them what to do then. They are just saying you are doing it wrong, but they are not giving them the tools to do it right. So how in the are they gonna, do it right? How can they be sure? Oops, that was not the right one. How can they be sure that they are not gonna be fired as the next ones? And that is, I think, is a perfect just question that was asked on a Teams meeting today, where it was like, but if we are having like, what if we need to get rid of some trash, broken glass and stuff like that, where are we gonna write those hours? the hours we use on that. And he said, well, then you're just gonna spread them out on the other customers' working sheet, our sheet. And the the person that asked it, but I can't do that. That's what you fired my husband Kai. That's why you fired him. And they had no answer for that because it is the way they usually do it. So so if as I mean that's why we kind of have that theory about that manager had it in person for my husband, because it made no sense, and in Denmark we have laws against that. You can't just do that what he just did. You can do it, but you can't do it unpunished. It has a consequence, and he's gonna discover that for sure. But I think he's from where he was before. He was so used to that he could do as he pleased, and that no one it had no consequences for what he did, how he treated his personal or his employees, and he was so used to the fact that there will always be another one who could replace the one he fired. But in this position he is here in this company, they can't replace my husband because the knowledge my husband has, no one else has that. He actually knows things about some of the contract or what the big contract they have, that no one else has. So that is something they need to know and go out and find out, on a new thing. I told my boss about it, and he was like, I think he asked 3 questions, and I was like, it is some good questions you're asking. We are kind of asking the same questions, and we have no answer for that, unfortunately. Um, so it was because I wanted to. I've been on a webinar where they were teaching about how to fire people and how to hire them, about the paperwork, the laws in that's behind it and everything. And there was just some things I was like, I think I remember something, something. Sometimes you kind of can be like, I think I remember, but I'm not quite sure. And so I asked for the slides we got back then. So yeah, I'm very, I'm very curious about how they have how they're gonna respond on the letter from the union. Whether they're just gonna cave in and go for settlement, or they're gonna be, we think we did the right and we don't think we are wrong, and we we don't want to pay him anything. He's not entitled to anything. Cause then it's gonna be in court. Then we will have to go to court, and yeah. And in court, I think there's like an 80 to 20% chance of we are winning it. We would win it because it's very very it I mean it if we get a bad lawyer, it could be one thing. So if our help is really not up for the task, that could make like the difference between winning and losing. But other than that, I don't know how we should lose a case, because I think really we are in the right. And that's why I wanted those papers from the webinar, because I know they were referring to some different laws. And it was because when my husband had the first talk with the union, they were very negative about it. And they were like, well, they are in the right because they are seeing it like you are cheating with the hours, and that means you are cheating the company out of money. And he like explained, but listen, it's not how it's working. It's not how it's been working for the past 4 years, 3 years, 4 years. So they can't kind of just go from one to another. And I mean, I am the only one who has been under surveillance, and that's a completely other thing. They're not allowed, after we got a new law in Denmark, they're not allowed to have him tracked or track data, export data from the GPS system without him knowing about it. So, and they did, and that can be actually, that can be in the end be to his benefit that they gave him the paperwork on that. So they gave him the print of the track, so he can say, but they did, and they did it from this date to this date. So there's a lot of things that the manager who fired my husband hasn't looked into and has felt like he's been superior to, so he didn't have to take that in count. That's what I think. I have never met him, and I don't think I really don't feel like I need to meet him. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to say anything nice, so I'm probably just gonna shut up. Oh man, yeah. So, um, so tomorrow's Friday, and to me, this week has been like, it went too fast in a way. Monday's gonna be very very special, because it's gonna be the first time in God know how long I'm going to work and my husband is not. And I'm not going to work because I'm staying. I'm working from home, but I will go to the office on Wednesday because it is kind of my office day. So I'm going there, and maybe just because my husband is home to do the walk with the dog and all that, I might, go a bit more often to the office and utilize that in these days. Maybe, depending on everything with my body and stuff like that. Or maybe I'm just gonna, try and enjoy him being a bit more home. I'm just, to be honest, it is a bit. It's been it's been some rough times. And I have been really missing my sister to, just pop in for a cup of coffee, just have it out and talk about all the good and bad things, and all the things that you will be talking with, you know someone you are close to. um I'm really missing that. So for sure, if we are ending up with having a bit of extra money that we do, so after we've been paying off some loan and all that, and there will be a bit leftovers, I am for sure going to Manchester. That I need. um but we will see. Or maybe she's coming home just to say hi. The problem is, both of us is like, we right now, none of us has any money. They are redoing the home, renovating and everything, and we are like just left because my husband, we are depending on his money to pay for the house and everything. So everything is closed down. As I'm really, we have just, I'm just happy in a way, to be honest. I'm happy that we that I just bought for my horses. So that is kind of paid for, and I'm only just now start uh on that pay on that payment, or paper. So I have 10 riding classes of 1 hour, and the first one I'm having on Saturday, and I mean that is like the last Saturday in February, and then I will have at least 2 months more, as I'm only riding one day of the week, so it's really stretching it out a bit. So hopefully the spring will bring us some better times. We need to hope that with the spring and the sun and the warm, we will have better times coming. That is what I'm hoping for me and for my husband. Um, my husband and I are not like, we are, in a way, we are both we're both children of this, not in a way, we are both children of the same generation, as we are born the same year. My birthday is in May and his birthday is in June, so we are very very close in age. Let's just say that we have some things that has happened to us in life that makes a lot of life experience the same. And then again, we are very much different in a lot of things. And I think one of the things is that um, I am a bit more light, uh, not in weight, but in mind. Even though I can have periods of tendency of depression states, mind, I still, when things like this happen, I'm a bit more light, I'm a bit more hopeful, I'm a bit more looking forward, not so much backwards. Um, when I have the initial hurts and frustration, when I'm through with that, it's just like, I think me as a person, I'm like, but I can't, you know, I can't use that for anything constructive. For me, just sitting down and being mad at the world. Um, and I think that's one of the reasons why I am with my husband, is because we need each other at that point where I can be maybe too light on the feet sometimes, and he can be too heavy on the feet. You know what I mean? Um, and I don't think it's a bad combination. I think it's a good combination. Um, so so we are really put in the corner, both of us, if both of us are, get pushed. So it's a good thing that, if you look at it, at least that I have my work situation in place. I am in a good place where I am at the moment. So it's not like I'm also like looking for job, and in a bad situation where I was, and frustrated about I can't find a job and all that. I am really at the moment, knock knock on wood, and hopefully for a lot of years in coming, uh, a good place, and I hope my body will be able to, um, you know, keep on working in the pace I am working. I wish I could work a bit more because there's a lot of tasks that are on on the desk that I really wish I could do, but I'm like I can't do it, and it does frustrate me a bit. Um, and that reminds me of one of the things I am going to work on when when I'm coming back on Monday is I'm actually gonna work on a chapter in our personality, no, not personality, what do you call it, employee handbook for employees. um and that is actually about uh, power, but not, I would say not power, but more force, for using of force. um and I needed, before I went on winter holiday, I did some reading on the laws. I can't remember any of it, but my hope is that when I sit myself on the table and start writing on Monday, that I just need to make a glance at the law and be like, oh yeah, that's right, that was what it was. It is not the first time I look at the laws. They have been revised a couple of times since I worked with them last, but I still like when you have been trying to work in and with text that has been written for all kinds of legal personnel. um, you will get, into that kind of world and way of thinking and be mindful. You know a bit about, oh, that's what they mean, and that, so, but I need a, when I do it, I'm probably gonna need some peace and quietness about me, around me. So, but that's where I'm in luck because my husband is a quiet husband. He's a quiet man. He doesn't speak that much unless he has to. So, and if he has to, he will be. I will of course tell him there how it is, that I need some peace for this. So if the phone is ringing, which it has lately, and some of his colleagues, when he talked with those, he's like, it's like listen to a couple of chicks. They're really going. It's so hilarious. I'm really like, okay, I didn't know. I did kind of knew, but still, I get surprised every time, especially when it comes to my husband, because usually he won't be saying much, but when it comes to his work colleagues or former work colleagues, he will yap like a chick. No, it's quite okay. He's a good listener too. It's just because he will be teasing me about when I talk to my sister in Manchester. He'd be like, oh, it only took 1 hour this time. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know I talk a lot. I know. I mean, I wouldn't have a stream if I didn't like to speak, right? So, yeah, it kind of just, it makes sense, I think, in a way. Anyway, so so yeah, I am kind of trying to prepare myself for my work day on Monday, and then we are just full on and working, and then suddenly it will. I mean, with the spring is also coming all of these, holidays we have, like the Easter and Founding Day, and some church holidays too. Um, Yeah. But I did get this, and I'm happy about that. I did get to clean out, clean out a bit on my YouTube channel. So move things around. I made a new playlist for my VODs. So I need to remember to export my VODs to my YouTube on Sundays, because then I'm gonna take all three of them and just export them, um, and then I can push them live on Mondays instead, and then it's just gonna be all three of them. So if you don't get to see me on live streaming from now on, the stream on Thursday, Friday, and on Sunday will be on my VOD channel on Mondays, latest Tuesday. But I will try and do it on Monday, because it's actually just one button I'm gonna push. No, three, but it'll do. Usually it's the whole exporting thing from Twitch to YouTube that kind of takes the time. Push them on. It's not that, doesn't take that much time. So if I just kind of put it in motion Sunday and go about with my things, I can't even do it. Might even be so I'm gonna do it Sunday, so and make it ready for Monday to be released there. So anyway, I decided at least to kind of try and do like a routine. So if you're not catching this on the live, you can watch it on a replay on a VOD on my YouTube channel, and you can do it whenever it suits you, because when I export them to YouTube, they will stay as long as I please me. Whereas if I leave them here on Twitch, they will be deleted after 7 days or so, I think. So, and they will be put on raw in that sense, and I'm not gonna edit or anything in the VODs. I'm just gonna do the export and put it online. So you will get all the bloopers and whatever with it's gonna be with everything. You're not being spared in any way when you're watching it on a VOD. Just saying. I did have a plan before all that happened with my husband. I did have a plan. I wanted to, if I'm doing a WIP and chat with the snow dragon, just because I knew that I probably wouldn't be able to do anything else like a shorts or anything. And I never had a plan. It never was a part of the plan that I was gonna do the start video, tips and tricks video with the snow dragon. It was gonna be with this one in here. So, but I still wanted to show off and show the snow dragon and all that. So I don't know. I might do it if I in any way can find the energy for it tomorrow. I'm probably gonna do it there. Um, I will admit that my husband being home makes the routines a lot off, because usually he will be out of the way and out about for the most of the day, and won't be home until late afternoon, and then I will have to walk the dog, and in I do that before lunch usually, and then my husband will be walking the dog again when he comes home, and he's been walking him before he leaves in the morning. So he gets out 3 times a day. But at the moment, it's kind of my husband that does everything. I think that next week, it's probably gonna be like when I'm done with my work, we're gonna take the walk, both of us, with the dog if he's home, if he's not out to an interview or something. Um, so yeah. um, so I'm not seeing much of the outdoor. So I'm looking forward for my riding Saturday. That's gonna be nice. I am slowly doing more and more on the next pace. So I've been working a lot in the walking pace with the horse, and I am working on the transition from that walking pace to the next pace, which is called jog. And jog is a slow trot. Um, and just because he's very eager to work in that pace and the next pace, so the transition is actually the hardest thing to work with the horse, because you don't want it to jump into the next pace. You want to make it as a smooth movement, and doing that, you will have to, and especially will have to, with this horse. I'm gonna working smoothly to the next where it's kind of just smoothing and nice and calm up the pace, and then I'm gonna take him down again. So it's gonna be up and down, and he will absolutely go up, but he's not much for going down. So that's what we're working with. So he needs to learn that as soon as I'm kind of giving him the signals to, now we're gonna do the walking pace, he needs to find a way to relax, because we're not going up we're not doing the transition unless it feels like he's relaxing and being ready for that. So yeah, so we have been using a lot of riding hours in that, because he is a very determined horse. He's not dangerous in any way. He's not gonna throw me off, but he's just gonna, try. And he did a lot of trying in the beginning, and then he caved in, and then he was gonna. Then I was away for a bit longer time than usual. So when I came back, he was like, maybe something changed in between. But nothing did. So he's like, okay, nothing changed. I'm just gonna cave in again. So now we are actually working on this really nice, good transition, and I'm gonna work on making the time I am in jog longer and longer. So yeah, I love working, and it. To be honest, now we're talking about power and all that. Sitting on the back of a horse that is like a big horse like he is, I feel more power than I can ever imagine. That's how I feel it. It's like I can't think of anything else that gives me the same kind of power feeling. Um, I was just gonna see because they do tend to see like they are losing a bit of the AB coating. So I was just gonna see how much on this one. Not too much, I hope. I hope that it's gonna be like when I'm done, I'm gonna use the brush and I'm gonna use the cloth, and hopefully the AB coating is gonna be re-shining. That's what we're going with. But I am gonna keep an eye on it just because this is not the DAC, and that makes me a bit more cautious about the AB coating because it can sometimes be even with the pen wax can actually kind of take it off. So I'm just being a bit cautious about it. This is it. So yeah, horses are kind of my second compassion in a way. I don't have anyone myself, and that is just because one, I don't have the money for it. Two, I don't have the money for it. Three, I don't know. So of course, there's kind of a money issue here because it is very very expensive to have a horse, and I would say just in general, the bigger the animal is, the more expensive it is just to feed it, and that's a pure fact. So with that being said, there's another part of grooming and all that that I can't, I completely, I will just start to, brush the horse, and I will be even not even halfway through and I'll be done. Um, Maybe if I didn't have a work per se, so if I was in an economic situation where I didn't have to work and I could just have this as kind of my work, I might be able to, just because I wouldn't have to clean the stable or anything because they are out all the time. So that's the whole cleaning the stable issue that I didn't have to, and it would all, and whenever they are fed, it is used with machines to put out on the pasture, and so in that sense, so it is more the grooming situation. I would be a bit, afraid that I couldn't manage, um, but and do it probably. It's more like that. Um, and then just the fact that because I don't have a full-time job, I don't have I it's never gonna be, I'm never gonna be able to have a horse because I can't pay for it. It's pure and simple, unfortunately. But then I get second best, and it is really, for me, it is second best. I can, like, second best in a good way because I can go out, I can take my car and drive. I know it's kind of, you have to do it on a certain day, on a certain time slot, but it's either that or not. So when that being said, I am really grateful that I have that as an option where I live, close to where I live, so I don't have to drive a lot of miles to get there and wear myself out on that account. Plus that the whole place is a lot like, I really feel like it's optimal for me as a rider, the horses as an animal, so it couldn't be better. And she's so generous with her horses. It's like, because at one point I said to her that I know it's not my horse, but sometimes it feels like he really makes me feel like he's mine. And she said, well, we all have our favorite horses, and when you are here, you are kind of his, because that is the beauty of the horses and the animals. They are in the moment, so at that moment when you and him are together, he is yours. Um, and the more you talk his language and decide and being the leader to him, the more he will respect you and the more he will be yours. Like, he will do things with you that he's not doing with a lot of other people. um and I will say, the first time you get a horse that puts the whole weight of his head in your palm and just stands and like fall asleep there, and you can just kind of I don't have muscle power to carry your head, and the horses will be like, I don't care, you decide, you are the leader, carry me. It's something very, very special, I think. And one of the things I absolutely love is when I get out, and if I'm not riding the Arabian, I will go over and say hi to him, and he will raise his head and then he will sniff my ear. This big, big nostrils, very, very close but very gentle, are sniffing like, and you can just feel like this horse warm breath on my cheek, and it's, yeah, it's very special for me anyway. And that makes me happy too. He's so gentle. Well, the one that is actually my favorite, he's not gentle. He's very clumsy and very not very not aware how big he is. He's very lovely, and he is a loving boy. He's not, there's not an evil bones in him, but he's just not very aware of how big he really is. To him, in his mind, he's still a foal, and he has the size of a foal, but he is 170 centimeter where you put the saddle on. So he is kind of high. Not you put when you put the saddle on, if the saddle is like this, it is where the saddle is highest up here. That is in the front. That is where you measure. Same, it is kind of the same place you measure the horse. Very close to it anyway. In I don't know what they call it in English. In Danish they call it the stick measure. So so in that, there he is 170. Um and he has the perfect back for a saddle. Whenever I put the saddle on him, it's like it's absorbed into, it's like, it's just like a you know, one of these you can put on a windshield to hold whatever, and you just press it, you put a bit of wet on it, water something, and put it on the window, and it would just kind of attach itself to the window. So the saddle does almost the same to his back. So usually when the horses are shedding their coat, the saddle, if you put a saddle on, it can really glide off, if you're not paying attention. So usually what my riding instructor is, she's just keeping a hand on the stirrup on the other side, and then she will be like holding a bit, so when I go on the horse, so the saddle won't glide off. But on Albert, which is my favorite horse there, on him it won't glide anywhere. I mean, it's just put a saddle on him, it will lay there forever. So yeah, he is the perfect horse. You can hear that. No, he's not the perfect, but he has a personality, and that is, I mean, if I ever should have a horse, it would be something like that. So that was a bit rambling about the horses. Mm. I think I'm like with the horses. I'm like with the dogs. If you just get me started, and I can start myself. I can talk for hours and hours and hours and end. It's just a matter of when my voice is gonna give up and be like, okay, you need to sleep like now. I mean, right now. So I had one time, because at one time in my life, not the horses, the dogs were about. I was a single girl. I had a dog which I was going to compete. I competed with in obedience training, so in different parts of Denmark. Um, and then I was doing a lot of uh, cardio and fitness training myself. So I was very fit. I was at the most fit I have ever been since I was doing gymnastics and swimming in my very, very young days. So this was something I did when I was 27, 28, 29. I did it for 3 years before I finally caved into a man. But at that period, whenever I was out to something like a family lunch or something or event, and I would be sat down with someone I didn't know, I was like, and they said, "So what are you doing?" I said, "I'm working like this and this." No, okay. What are you doing when you're not working? And I would always be like, I really, I'd love to tell you, but please promise me one thing. If you had enough, just say it. I'm not gonna get offended, but I tend to get a bit lost when I just open that can of worms, because I'm just using a lot of my time on the dogs and on the in the gym. So these are kind of what what I am doing. So I'm not doing much beside that. Yeah, I do date sometimes, but that was not actually not that much. I did go out and I did have a social life. I was actually on some dating sites and stuff like that, but it was still not something. I didn't do it every weekend. First, I didn't have money for it. Second, I as I said, have other interests. But I did. I would say, when that being said, it was a point in my life, time in my life, where I did go out more than I did when I was 17, 18. Because when I was at that point, I actually was more like settle down girl. I was living with a boyfriend, and we had our own small apartment and a cat, and I had a work and everything. Um, so so I think when I got single, after living with another man for 7 years, I was like, now I need to find out what it is to go out and have fun. So, and one of the things that did happen at those years were that the uh, chat rooms kind of boomed and became a thing in Denmark. So there were chat parties, and you could. It was kind of, it was nice, and I was never afraid. And I think one of the reasons I was never afraid, I think in a way I was, was too stupid to be afraid in a way, I think. Because I always believe in the good in people, and I couldn't imagine that anyone could ever harm me. I think that was kind of the thing. Um, and maybe because I had such a self, you know, I was so sure of my own power. No one ever did challenge that. And maybe I had an attitude that were more like, try me, I'm gonna crumble you. I'm gonna bend you over and make you to a bow. I don't know. I think that it's what I've been told from others, that kind of saw me from the outside, because I never saw this myself. I never was never a conscious thought I did. It was never something where I think I'm gonna look tough. Um, I just never thought that much of it. But I have a good friend that when I was out about, she was too, and sometimes we went out in and was partying together, and she was actually mobbed in Copenhagen when she was attacked, and someone took her to Peekaboo. Hello, how are you? Welcome. Thanks for stopping by my chat today. How are you today, Peekaboo? You were just stumbling on that I was live today. That is amazing. I have had a lot of visitors. I'm not seeing that much. So I'm so happy that when this happens, I'm just in, hi, hello. Not that I'm not happy for those that are coming to see me every time I go live, but I also really appreciate those of you that just are dropping in here and now and then, because that's also a part of my vibe. I'm just happy whenever you have a time for it. And I know that time zones often are a problem, because it's a problem for me. I mean, I'm only attending half of Miss Coffee streams because half of them are at a I'm sleeping when she is going live. So I'm very aware and very grateful whenever people are dropping by that I'm not seeing that much. So that is absolutely beautiful. Um, so I think that this about how others are seeing you are not you're not always self-aware. I am not always self-aware how I am seen by others. And I do think my husband said to me once, I think this about you, because you are Asian, people are not people slash Danish people are not always aware that they can get a bit insecure about how much you are able to fight back. AKA, do you know any kind of martial arts? So will you actually, you were born with this kind of thing, or raised with some kind of martial arts like Karate Kid or something. Have in mind, whenever I grew up in Denmark, there was not that many Asian girls. So that could be a good reasoning, that people could be more like, oh, we better not um, do anything towards her, because she might not be responding too good about it. I think in a way he's right. Someone asked me at one point if I ever had been attacked or shouted at, or being someone shouted racial things against me. Um, and I would say for the most part, no. Uh, for the most part, I have been very lucky, I think. I have been sheltered from a lot of those who could do that when I was young. And when I got older, I didn't know that I was supposed to be in a certain way. So I was just like, you might think you sound funny, but I don't think it's funny. That I had some that said to me that I should go home, and you're just a foreign girl, and you're not supposed to be here, and I was one, they were drunk. Two, they were at a place where I was serving food. And what I did was I gave them their money back, and I showed them the door and said, "You know what? As long as I'm here and I'm in charge, you're not welcome here. You need to go now." And Then if you feel like you want to come here again, I will suggest you will do it when you're sober and are able to talk in a nice manner. Um, so, and I think that it is a better way. I was in a situation where I could do it. I had another incident when I was out to a gymnastic event, and someone was like, "Oh, she's just fooling around, and it's just those Asian girls, and they're easy, and they said a lot of things, and I at one point it just got too much, so I went out and so because they were shouting outside when I was approaching. I was going into a room inside, and so I went out and I said to him, "Listen, to me it sounds like I have been in this country longer than you have. If this is how you say things and form sentences, I think that I am better educated than you are, and I think you should go home and sleep it off, because apparently you are not able to talk nice to anybody. To go home." And they did. So, but I do know that today it is a bit more risky to take that kind of confrontations. And I'm not sure I would. Um, I'm not sure I would do the same today. I'm not sure I would at all go out and to dance and disco and then drink and be drunk today as I did back then. But that's where time has changed, and I am kind of happy that I am a part of, you know, the old timers, because we did have a more bit more. It was a bit more peaceful. It was kind of getting there, but it was not quite there yet. Where it was so rough and the violence was so inhuman that you had to. It was not enough to. Today it's not enough to hit a man. You have to jump on his head, kick him in his balls and his stomach. Be sure that he will suffer for this, not only this time, but for the longest forward coming time. And I really think that's a really, really nasty way of thinking. I get why you can get mad at each other, and I get why you can fight and all that. That I don't have. That's kind of just the way it is with people apparently. but that is not enough just to hit. You have to almost make sure they're not gonna get up again. That I don't get, but that's maybe just me getting old. But so, but yeah, so so I think that sometimes your attitude can help you. Sometimes it can work against you. Um, and I think one of the things that I got from my gymnastic times, lot of hours with gymnastic and shows and stuff like that. It's also a way of going and walking and feel like I belong here. I'm a part of this. So no matter how I look, I am still as much as part of this society as the rest of the people here. So um, and a lot of time it also has um, I've had labels on, like, oh, that's just a foreign girl, and until I open the mouth and people are like, oh, you speak Danish. Yeah, I have for a lot of years. um, and then can it's kind of funny, because I think it's funny, but I do get why some get hurt by it. If you are not born here but you have lived here for since you were a baby, it can hurt when people are like, oh, but you speak good Danish. Yeah, would you say that to someone who was, light, fair in the skin and blonde hair? Oh, you speak good Danish. You wouldn't, because it's kind of it's a natural thing that she would, but she could as well just be from Finland or Norway, or so it's not like. And I was working with someone in the airport. She was adopted too, but she was from Austria. She was she was even. I'm 160 centimeter high. She was, I think she was 155 or something. She was just, it is one of the few times I was looking down at anybody when they were standing up as tall. I must say it was, but hey, yeah, it is what it is. So, but she was from Austria, and no one could see that on her. Clear heart. 24 on a raid. Welcome. Phoenix fireflies springing for the hearts with a clear heart. Clear love. Bringing hearts with a clear. Hello, hello. Welcome. Thanks for the raid, and thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Welcome, welcome. My name is Pia, and you have clicked into Pia's Creative Corner. I am doing diamond painting today. I am working on a new picture from Ualoa. And usually I would be showing off what I have finished, but just because I've been doing some content creating today, I've been doing some videos for my Danish followers. So all of this was kind of set up. So that's why I am looking here. I am doing good. How are you doing? So I am really having a time of my life at the moment. A lot of people are stopping by, and I really love it. It's amazing. I love diamond painting. I finished one a few weeks ago. I just started a new paint by number. I'll be giving it away once it's completed. Amazing. Actually, my sister in Manchester, she did a paint by number, and I was so surprised that she did one. I was like, "What the hell?" It was actually during pandemic, and she was like, "Yeah, I have all this time and nothing to do. What can you expect?" I was like, "Yeah, that's kind of right. That's kind of right." So, so what have you been up to with your stream? Hopefully, you had a good stream today. I am in here. I am doing diamond painting, but I do a variety of things. I do cross stitching. I do sometimes knitting. I do a bit of crocheting. Crocheting is a quite new thing I have tried out. I'm not quite there yet where I'm completely hooked, as I said. I am doing a lot of frocking and restarting and frocking and restarting. So, but I still have my knitting that I'm kind of falling back on, like, doing a bit of that and getting a bit of the mood up, and then I'm okay. I'm gonna do the bit of crocheting just to see if this will do it. Then I do some coloring with markers or with color pencil. I do scratch boards, and I have some watercolors in the other room that I am started, and I haven't showed it on stream because all the intentions and purposes I wanted to, I had plans on being another place with it than I am, because I am my watercoloring is a kind of my not my safe space, but it's my creative space. So until I know which way I'm going with it, I'm not showing it to anybody but my husband, so to speak. But as soon as I have worked a bit more with it, and I'm satisfied with it. At the moment, I'm not completely satisfied, and I think that's partly why I haven't showed anybody. Um, so, was a good stream. We had a great time talking and hanging out. You do sound very, very creative. Your name is perfect for it. Thank you. Thank you. My stream, I think, is the important thing for me for my stream is just that people are just gonna feel, you know, like it's a cozy place. It's a place where they can feel safe and we can have different talks slash discussion about things. We can disagree about things, but we can still do it in a good tone, in a loving matter. And for the most part, it's just me rambling away about one or the other thing, about whatever is just in working in my flavor that day. And then someone will comment on it and we will just have a chat about it. So yeah. That's how I want to me also in my streams. Just a cozy, comfortable place. Exactly. So and so far I think I am kind of there. I think I started streaming live on YouTube, and I did it mostly on Sundays, and I did it for my Danish followers. I am, by the way, from Denmark. English is my second language, so that might be why I sound a bit different or I say words in a funny way or something. Um, Please bear with me. It's just how it is. And sometimes I don't know the words, and I would be describing what this word I'm missing out on is about. And usually my chat will be so nice to tell me what the word is I'm missing. So that is the best from both worlds, I think. So and then I still have her. I have a friend that at one point did some Twitch streaming, and we were talking about. I had to make a profile to see her streaming and be part of that. And she said, "Well, you can do streaming too." And I was like, "I don't know." And it was a big back and forth about it. I was like, "I don't know." And I'm just gonna think about it. And for now, I'm just gonna watch your streams and be a part of that. And then from different reasons, she had to give up on it, and my account was kind of inactive and almost dead, I would say, for the longest time. You're fine. Where are you from again? You remind me of my sister-in-law. She's from Romania. I'm from Denmark. So it's not, Romania is not that far away from Denmark, but yeah. I think it's a bit. I think when it comes to English, I don't speak English like typical Danes do, because my best friend slash sister lives in Manchester, and I'm visiting her as much as I can. Plus that I do watch a lot of Americans speak. So I think it's a bit of a mix between those two. To be fair, let's see. So time is flying. Maybe I should. You know what? I think I'm just gonna leave this here, and then we're gonna go to part two. I think we're gonna do that because I have a bit of things I want to show before we stop. So I'm gonna do like this. Like this. I'm gonna move these. So, but you will see this again if you come stop by my stream tomorrow. I'm back here tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central European time. I will be working a lot more on this, and I will be working on this for the entire month of March and maybe some of April if I'm not finishing it in March. So this will be us because it suits my light pad so good. So I will be working on it for sure. Let's see, but for now I'm just gonna remove it. My beautiful one here. And my desk looks like a mess, a hot mess to be honest. But let's see if we can't clean it up just a bit. My best excuse for how it looks is I think it's more to do with the work I've been doing today. Let's just say that I have been working with making content, and that has made my has made it a mess. So I'm just gonna move the camera, and usually I'm saying this just so people are not getting seasick. So I'm gonna move this. I finished a puzzle. My desk is a mess too. I finished a puzzle on Tuesday. It was so dusty. Who knew the puzzle was dusty? I mean, sometimes I'm really surprised how dirty it gets in here because I actually only come here when I stream and maybe do I recorded a video or something, but it's not like on a daily basis, so to speak. So sometimes it can be like 5 days or so between I'm in here. I'm like, who the hell is messing my thing up while I'm not here? Sometimes I blame the dog. It's so easy to blame the dog. It must be the dog. Okay, you guys, first, before we throw ourselves into all the coloring thing and the angel thing, I want to show you my two finish for the month. I know some of you already saw the big ones, but just to show off a bit anyway. And just due to the fact that this is going out of house, so when I have made it into a poster, I'm not going to, it's not coming back. So let's see, I'm just gonna give it a bit more space. I'm going to, so, and I'm sorry it's turning this way. Unfortunately, my camera is situated, so I can't just turn it around. It is a picture that is, let's see, it's 68.9 centimeters by 96.3 centimeters. So it is kind of big. But it's called Steampunk Prowess. It is by Chris Ortega, which is one of my favorite artists. She is absolutely gorgeous, and I love a lot of her work. I am going to work on another one of her pieces in very near future. I'm just gonna turn this around just so you can see it here. It is with square stones, and there are a couple of AB drills in it. 2 or 3, I think it was. No, yeah, 2. And I put some a bit more in, some crystals and some AB drills, but it's not much. It is more just, you know, I have I was a bit in doubt whether with these on down here, whether I should leave them or should put whatever they choose, but I'm just gonna leave them there. And the golden one, you might be able to see them. Oh, okay, just gonna. You can see the crystals, a bit of a golden shimmer here. That is golden crystals I have put in. And it's just because a lot of, if I look on the rest of her dress, it is a bit more, you know, neutral color in a way. So that's not a lot of color. So I wanted to just put this bit of shimmer in it. So that was one of them. And when I finished that, and this is actually a thing I do very often, is I put a lot of effort in finishing the last just one first, and then when that is done, if the small one hasn't finished, I finish that one afterwards. So this one was the one I finished Tuesday, and I have waited the longest time. No, it is so cute. I think we can turn it this way and still kind of see it. Yeah. So, and again, here there's 4 AB drills. This here, the scarf, was a nightmare. Just to say as it is, it was a nightmare. It took almost the same amount of time to do that scarf as the rest of it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the baby animals, they are the cutest. They are the cutest. So, yeah. But again, I think that Diamond Art Club has made a really good job in rendering the picture. I have put a bit of crystals in the eyes of the animal. I'm not sure they're gonna stay there. I haven't decided yet. What I usually do is oops, what is this? Hang on. I think I know what this is, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna handle that later. Oops. I could feel, it felt like it was higher than the rest, and it is because it's kind of a round, it's not flat on the bottom, but it's not a lot. So I'm just gonna leave it there, and I'm gonna change it before I put things on. Also because I haven't decided quite whether I'm gonna keep the crystals in the eyes of the animals. In a way, I really like that it kind of makes them different, you know? And in a way, I'm a bit in doubt. So what I usually do when it's like that for me, I will let it hang, and so I can go and, you know, look at it whenever I'm passing by it. And if it bothers me, I'm gonna change it. But if it's not, I'm just gonna leave it. But other than that, I really adore all the animals. They are so cute. Um, and she made another one that is kind of the same theme with a snowman and a couple of animals, but this is just so cute. Um, her name, her name is Donna Gelsinger, the one who has done this one. So that was the two pictures for this month. No, for these months. I would say for January and February, month 1 and 2 in the new year. And I was kind of, I'm so used to that I have that even the big ones actually does finish quite quick for me. So just the fact that it took me almost 2 months to do that. The large one was big, a month and a half, but night, hubby. So that was that. I'm gonna figure out. Let's see. We have this one, or we're gonna do the scratch. No, we're gonna do the scratch. Because I'm not having any watch on today, so I think actually the scratch makes most sense. Okay, before I do scratch, I do, and I know that Ulla are going to say yes to this. I do what I call angel cards or oracle cards, and that is just kind of a bit of a fun, So it's not like I'm predicting anything or I'm not psychic or anything. It's just a bit of fun, and it can be like asking your old relative of a good advice, and they would give you like a riddle instead. It's like the same thing, this one. So how I do it is I blend these cards, and these particular cards are made or illustrated by a artist called Josephine Ward, which also has done some diamond paintings, and which has had a collab with Diamond Art Club, for instance, and some of her paintings has been made diamond paintings. That's how I was going to say it. So and just I'm doing it now. So what you do is, if you want this, you're gonna write in the chat a number between 1 and 40, and then I'm gonna count out the cards up to the number, and I will show you the card, and then I will read from this book what the card says. So that's how it works. I like doing this as just a bit of fun, and of course an offer. You could say it is. I have seen others done this after I started myself, and I know some use it as a part of a redeem. You can redeem some points on it, but as you can't earn any points in here because I'm not running any ads or anything, so I'm just gonna give it to you as it is. And if you should wonder, because I have around 180 followers, 178. Hey, Stila, you are coming at the right moment. You are entering exactly like last week. You are just entering the chat at the exact perfect moment, as I am just about to draw cards. So happy to see you here. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by, Stila. As always, I'm happy you're part of my usual suspects stopping by, and you kind of have to because you are one of my mods. But we're not gonna say that out loud, are we? No, it's okay. So I'm gonna start out with Ulla. Ulla says 15, so I'm gonna count 15 cards and We'll see what it says. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Kind-hearted. Have to. Never. Never. Never, never, never. So, and remember, Ulla, so if there's something where you kind of don't get what it says, I will for sure summarize it in Danish and give it you that. And if I do it, just know the rest of the chat that's what's happening. Just because Ulla can sometimes have a bit of a difficulty to understand the English words, so just to so she will benefit for the whole thing. I hope you will understand that. You will get it from what I read now. So just to say that we're not gonna talk anything nasty behind your back when we do talk Danish, if we do. Okay, 8, kind-hearted. Being thoughtful, friendly, and open will help you be more compassionate. Practicing kindness is the groundwork for lifting your thoughts into positivity and hope. Showing kindness through actions, words, and attitude reduces the stress hormones produced in your brain. Set aside a few minutes each day to imagine a situation in which someone you care about needs your help. Envision their concerns, worry, or stress. Include as many troubling factors as you can. By doing this exercise, you will develop an appreciation for the challenges faced by your loved ones. In turn, you will foster empathy for those you know less well. You can also use this activity to increase your compassion for yourself. After imagining how you would care for a friend or loved one, decide to care for yourself in the same manner. You deserve to treat yourself in a kind-hearted way. Think of kind gestures that you can offer others each day, such as sharing a compliment or a positive word. After a while, you will have created a habit of acting empathetically with empathy. Yeah. Also practice acknowledging when something kind is done for you by voicing your gratitude. Saying thank you may not appear like a big deal, but genuine gratitude shows that kindness has not gone unnoticed. Showing appreciation helps improve your well-being and that of your relationships. A beautiful tree diva listens intently to a robin redbreast. A skirt of colorful flowers adorns the young spirit. A multitude of stars fills the night sky behind them. Two fawns snuggles together as a fairy gazes up at them. Robins are a symbol of springtime and may bear some insight on timing. They also represent warmth, good feelings, and love. The image reminds you to focus on your ability to love another and give them the needed support. The fawns represent gentle words, actions, and thoughts. You are being offered a gift, the ability to be kind and listen. Affirmation: I view the flight of others with a kind heart. Okay, Ulla, that was that. Oh, such a cute bird. And the fawns. Aww, it's Bambi. The one thing with Josephine Ward's pictures, whether it's these cards or it's others, are that for every time you look at them, you will find something new, I think. So this was really a good card, Ulla. Um, I think maybe because it talks a lot about being kind to yourself. Oh, so it it's a good card. Ulla says it's a good card because it's what she did for her husband today. So what you did today, the card is actually just confirming, just acknowledging and saying yes, what you did was right, and that you should remember to do it to yourself too. Just saying. That's what the card says. I'm not saying. The card says that maybe you need to do it to yourself too. Be kind-hearted. Okay. So, Stila, are you gonna need any card today? 7. What a stupid question. Did you have a good day at work, Stila? Was it a hard day? And Stila, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure this crocheting. I just frogged the whole project because it didn't look right. I know I'm doing the right thing in the middle of the project. I know it's the ends that's kind of my problem. So I'm trying to be like paying a bit more attention what I do. So I'm kind of doing the same in both ends, and that it should give itself, because there's nothing. I think it's because to me, because crocheting is so new, so it doesn't, it just doesn't mean logic. I really need to think about it every time. Oh no, you put a Stila. Yeah, I did. So I think because when I just learned how to do pattern knitting without doing an extra thing. So I don't know what that is called in English. So but an extra stitch, I think you could call it. So but that's not, I can do that, and I can do the regular pattern knitting. I would be able to do that with no blink of an eye, no trouble whatsoever. It with the knitting, it says I was gonna do a right in the underneath the next right in the next row or something, and I had no doubt in my mind what they meant. But it's not the same logic when it comes to crochet. And I know I'm just going to give myself that slack and be like, okay, it's okay, you don't understand it, just take it, easy. And I'm really trying to. Because the thing is, I can feel it in my fingers and my hands that I've been knitting a lot more. And it's not the crocheting, it is the knitting that is kind of hard for my hands. So I was actually having it on these interchangeables pins for knitting, but I didn't have any in metal in that size I needed. So I did it with the wood one, and they're not as good because the yarn is not gliding as easy. So I had to put it back on the metal one. There's a big difference. Yeah, it is. I think there's a big difference, and I just sometimes you get a bit caught up in you're supposed to know, but it's also okay for me not to know sometimes. Don't stress. Take your time. Your hands are important. I know. I just get caught up in it, and then I get a bit, stubborn. Like, be like, I want to do this because, yeah. But I did yesterday. I actually did a bit of more cross stitching and got a bit done on that. So I am, and I need to do. I've taken it into the room. Hey, I'm gonna do your cards, and I'm going to talk to you later. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, prayer. We haven't had that. Oh, that's a beautiful one. That could actually be a quite beautiful one as a diamond painting or a cross stitch for that matter. I get in the same. I know, shocking. Yeah. I should have known. I didn't have to explain that much about that. Okay. Prayer. It is easy to get swept up in what is going on right in front of you. Looking beyond despair may be hard when you are in the thick of it. One way to stop yourself from spiraling downward is to pray. Prayer can shift your focus from upsets and mishaps and elevate your thoughts back to your spirituality. Think of prayer as a way to revitalize your devotion and remind you that you are an enlightened soul here to experience this earthly plane. Prayer may release your anxiety. When you pray, you may use meditation, mantras, affirmations, or conscious dreaming as a way to raise your thoughts and connect to a higher source. You might consider reciting a prayer from your childhood or a chant that you have learned. During prayer, you may become aware of things that are weighing on your soul. You will find that this way is lessened or eliminated, as prayer is a way to recharge your spirituality. Prayer is not merely a request to make your life better or for assistance for someone else. Prayer is a space for clearing your conscience, reflecting on your dreams, opening yourself to guidance, and letting go of burdens. You can pray through appreciation and thanksgiving. Gratefully acknowledging the gift of your life can be a prayer. It may not be easy to work through a challenge, but prayer can diminish the strife and make difficulties easier. A prayer of gratitude reaffirms your blessings. A mermaid gently holds the body of an unconscious man. There is a ship in the distance, possible coming to their rescue. The sky is full of stars, and except for a few waves, the ocean appears calm. The purple hue of the night sky may pertain to the connection of the crown chakra to the divine. Purple can also be calming, peaceful, and connected to devotion. Mermaids can help navigate the waterways or emotions of life and bring about safe passage. Affirmation: I am grateful for my blessings. Prayers give me the grace to overcome difficulty. So that is what this card means. Oh, she is beautiful, isn't she? She is actually very, very beautiful. You would like that card, Ula? Yeah. But you can still get it. You can take those words to you and use them. They are not stealers in that per se. So you can still have it. Perfect. I've been working on More time for meditation. Wow. I kind of slipped out of habit when I stopped going to the lake because of cold water or cold weather. Oh, okay. Yeah. It is kind of funny in a way how we can things sometimes just stop just stop doing things right when life changes and all that. um it's i had I had a habit of doing of practicing tai chi um for some time, and just because my life changed and things changed or surrounded me, I stopped doing it. Yeah, sometimes all the cards hits home for me. Yeah, and I mean, it's not, even though you get the card, we can all benefit. And I also said that I usually the cards will always talk to me too. There will always be something where I kind of be like, oh yeah, that's right. I need to be more kind-hearted to myself. I need to pick up on the praying thing again. Um, well, it's been a bit of a rocky road, you know. And it's he's doing good as can be expected. I think you could say. Um, the union sent a mail slash letter to his former employer where they are disputing the firing and all that, and the way he was treated. We will have to see what they will do about that, whether they're gonna answer it or what they, what they're gonna say. They have 7 days to respond on it, the union, and I think depending on what they do, his form, they can actually go for a settlement and be like, we're gonna give you what we owe you, what you would have had, for those 3 or 4 months, and then it's gonna be like, we don't want to see you again. Way. Um, I think my husband is the problem is that he's home, and he's really not, he has a hard time grasping that he's home. He has a hard time coping with the fact that he actually didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything that should get him fired. That it is another person that, just because he does not like my husband, that has initiated all that. That is taking some time, I think, and it is a bit hard for my husband completely to take that in, and I completely understand him. It's not like that. But I will say, when that being said, he has got a lot of good response from former colleagues. Uh, and yesterday he was not on in the work in the building where he used to work, but he was in the neighbor building, which contains the customer, uh, one of the customers he usually were working for, and um, his former manager completely lost it because he's seen him there, and it was like, it was a mess. But on the other hand, another person, the more other people hear about what happened, the better it is, because it's not just something that he think is wrong, or he can be like, why did they treat me like this? You can't treat people like that. It is really, everyone is saying, what the hell is going on? Oh, thanks, Stila. Thank you. So I hope that, I hope that whenever we get closer to both a kind either settlement, or they, yeah, the more people that know about it, the better it is. And the more support he gets, and I think the more that he gets support from, other people, the more he will be like, okay, I didn't do anything wrong, it was not my fault, aka he can be more relaxed about it. And I think that's very, very important, to be honest. Because he didn't do anything wrong. It was because he was not being nice or not being skilled. I mean, he has actually been very, very, been putting a lot of hours in that workplace. And as I said to him, I said to you, when you started there, please do get paid for the hours that you use outside of normal working hours, because no one's gonna say thank you. No one's gonna recognize you for the extra part, the extra mile you're walking at the moment. And that is exactly what's happening now, is that no one is, none of the because the thing is, none of the managers were there when he started and did all that. So no one can be there to kind of, acknowledging that. And then again, and a completely other thing is, I told my boss about it, because he had some slides from when we were on a webinar about how to hire and fire people. And I was with on that, because I am sitting with the contract and all that, and we were having a meeting anyway that day, so I was just kind of tacking along. So, but and then I told him what had happened and why I needed those papers, and he was like, "What the actual hell? And where were the management? And what did they do for all of those years?" Yeah, and I said to him, "It's all good questions. I wish I could give you a good answer, because we have been asking the same." So, but actually, one of his former colleagues told that not the one manager that fired him, but his manager didn't know about it. He didn't know about it at all. And the thing is that actually that manager and my husband has been, they have had a negotiation with some contract and some things, some addition to their work contract and all that. And so they have been in clinch, but always been respectful about it. So I think actually that our manager do like my husband, and he didn't know at all about this, and there was a lot of things he didn't know about that he certainly got knowledge. And I have said all the time that I'm kind of wondering why none of the upper on the big floor, why they didn't do anything about it. And I think that's because some of the lower management has just kept it away. Um, probably afraid of losing that job, just because it would show how incompetent they really are. So yeah. And my dog is doing so much better. I am so happy, and and I'm so tired, because my body is kind of finally, I can feel myself again. So Monday was still kind of on a adrenaline hype, trying to keep myself afloat, and Tuesday I kind of collapsed. So all the things I had planned I was gonna do on my winter holiday, I kind of I haven't done. I must be completely honest. I haven't done it because I haven't gone there. Unfortunately. Um, I I um I have been sleeping a lot. I have been resting a lot and just trying to do whatever I felt like instead of what might be. Good news, the doggo is better. Yeah, he is. He is almost back to his cheeky self. So I think we might gonna start playing with the Kong this weekend, just for one throw or so, and see how he reacts. He did a good long search on some things when we went for a walk yesterday with him together, and he had no reaction on it other than he was tired in his brain, but no reaction on the leg or anything. So, and he is sleeping all night. He is trying, but he's not really happy about my husband being home. I can't tell you that. He is a bit confused about it, but I think in a way he's kind of. I think the dog is thinking, oh, they're having a holiday. We're going back to normal soon. And I think both him and I are kind of hoping the same. So yeah, and yeah, we are kind of hoping that we're going back to some kind of normal state soon. My feeling about it is that when we reach March, we will March 1st, he will at least have a couple of interviews he has to have go to, and if if you not already have kind of a date for a new day to start a new work. So we're just trying to keep it together, and I hope that they will come up with some kind of settlement, or you know um because then of course they have to admit that what they did was wrong, um but it would I think it would be the easiest, and it is the way the most of uh, those disputes kind of resolve is with a settlement, because then both parts will save money on legal costs. We don't pay anything in that sense, but so it's more like the employer that is saving money on the legal cost, and getting a spot on the reputation, because this I mean, I will hope that they will either they're gonna be like giving him a written warning, the one manager who fired my husband, just due to bad judgment, or they're gonna fire him, um, because he actually cost the company a lot of money, and bad reputation, and that actually does, in that kind of line of work, it does matter. And their largest contract at the moment, a customer, their contract is running out next year, I think it's next year. Then usually what happens is they renew it for 3 years. That renewal, I don't think they are gonna do, because that was one of the ones that my husband actually worked most with, and had the closest corporation work with. So they're not happy that he's not working there, because a lot of his knowledge is lost. No one else knew what he knows, so now they have to find out themselves. And funny enough, my husband lost all memory when he stopped. One of his former colleagues is also a really good friend, and he was like, but can I call you? I was like, yeah, you can call me, but if it related, I have no memory. I have no idea where things are. And he was like, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, and I mean, in that way, one thing is they want to get rid of my husband. That is one thing. But they could have done it in a much better way and secured a lot of knowledge. Um, and that's why I'm like, I for sure, I was almost sure that not the highest manager, but the one over the manager that fired my husband, that he didn't know anything, because he actually have a bit of a knowledge about, because he's been there from the beginning, so he knows how much my husband knows, and he knows the value of him and how much he actually have been earning for the company. So, and they have had a teams meeting today, one of the other teams, and they have been asking um, about, but what if we're going to get rid of some things, some garbage that we have collected in on the projects or on the tasks we are solving? And he was like, well, then you're just gonna put them on the other, on some of the other cases or some of the other projects. And one of them, but I'm not, because that was why you were firing my husband was fired, my cat. Cat was firing on that ground. That was because of those. So he said, I'm not going to do that. You're going to give me another way to do it, because I'm not going to do that. Because the thing is, you're going to fire me too. And he couldn't give him an answer. He couldn't say, well, then do it this way instead of. So, I mean, the way they are doing it now, they are just, the money are running out of the company. Because they can't um, they can't fix all they need to fix. They can't, the numbers that they are usually are close to 100%. They can't do that because they're one man down, and the way they need to be sure that all the hours are in line all the time, they can't use, they they have to wait. If a project is nominated or put to last for an hour, then the usual practice is that if you can solve it in 30 minutes, you can actually, within that hour, you can actually solve two projects, and that means that you earn money to the company, because you can solve more projects within the same, or more projects within the same time. But now they will be waiting for, so a project that takes an hour takes an hour. They're not going to solve any extra projects. And they were behind even when my husband was working there. So I have no idea how they're going to solve it now. And the more they get behind all of these service jobs they need to, the more penalty they have to pay. Because they have to pay penalty every time they step over a deadline. So the bad mojo that are in the company at the moment, in that team, that is something they created themselves. The boss that manager said today, oh yeah, but that is a good thing. We get all the gossip. From former work friends. Like, oh, did they? So so that his former manager said, oh, there's such a bad vibe, mood. People are not being happy, and they're like, no, what did you expect? It's like they were thinking, they were expecting that people be like, oh, well, we get why you fired him. That's okay, Ula. That's okay. I am here for about 30 minutes or so. So there's a saying in Denmark where you say you are paying the bill without checking up the cost. Um, and in it's not saying that, but it's something in that way. And what it says is that you kind of just do things without really checking up on the consequence. What could happen when I do this? And I think that's kind of the way what happened is that this manager had a lot against my husband, and he just found, hey, Binge, welcome back to you. I just found a way that he could fire my husband and be like, oh, well, and then he just could throw a lot of paper in his face and be like, well, take this, like, and it's just so unprofessional, so bad a way to be. Sorry about tonight. You have nothing to be sorry about, Benj. Nothing. Nothing to be sorry about. You are here as much as you can. Like I am with your streams, I am there as much as I can. And sometimes you can be there for 5 minutes, sometimes you can be there for the complete. So that's nothing to be sorry about. I am just happy every time someone is stopping by and say hi. That's what makes me happy. Very happy. As I said to my husband once, even small things make me happy. It wasn't, and he just looked at me, and it was just like when I said it, and I was like, well, small gifts, like jewelry and stuff like that can make me happy. Or it's not about the money. Or he was just like, it's too late, honey. You just lost it. Okay, never mind. Like when we just met, I think it was not the first time when we were sleeping together, but it was very, very in the early beginning, and it was one of the first time I was at his home, and it was very new, and so I was gonna make breakfast, and what I shouted to him was, "Do you want me to toast your balls?" And he was like, "No, thank you." What I meant was that I have taken out some frost bread from the frost from the freezer, and I wanted to put them on the toaster and then do it like that. And they were like, yeah, no, thank you. And I was like, but I didn't mean like that. And he just laughed his ass off. Like the one time I fell out of our bed. And I'm lying on the floor, a bit embarrassed. And my husband he's just rolling over to my side of the bed, and I can just see an arm sticking out from the mattress and being like trying to touch me, and he hits me on my stomach, and he's like, "Are you okay?" while he is laughing his ass off. I'm like, "I'm okay. It's only my pride that's hurt." Can you tell me a little bit about this craft? Is the color fixed, or the more you scratch, you unlock more of it? Um, it's a cardboard with a color foil, and then there's a layer of black, and then I printed an image on top of that. So I remove the gray layer and the black layer too, actually, because the gray is on the black, right? So, and then the color will appear from underneath. I don't know how they color these boards, the foil. It's colored, so it will. That is my guess that they color the foil so it will kind of fit the image, you know. So it's not like, because it'd be like if she went green in the head or something. So it seems like they are coloring the foil so it will fit the image. Like the other one I did. You see? Because if it was random where the color is, then the mouth, for instance, here, the mouth is red, and this looks very intentional. So I think in a way they do make the color as the image are, and then when they put the black and then the print upon, so I'm more like I'm doing the line work and making, like, you know, where you make dark and light, the shadows and all that. That's kind of what happens. So here I have removed all the gray, and that's all as much as the gray as I can. So the dress and all that and the hair will appear. Oops. Like that. Um, so I think in a way they do make it so that I'm not, because here if it was random, it would also be random with the color with her lips and stuff, and it's not. So I think they have in rough overlay on where things are. Yeah, the only thing I have about it is a bit of a mess because there's a residue from your scratching. So I did it in the beginning in my couch where I have a small like table. So I had this residue in the whole couch. I can't recommend that if you are a bit of a cleaning Andy like I am sometimes anyway with the way I'm sit. So that's why I actually do it in here the most of the time. But I love doing it on stream just because it is kind of a way where I can do something. It's not difficult, but it's still something that where I need to pay attention and then not. So I actually do love doing it on stream. And then this one is a smaller one, so it does give me some quicker result than the Taj Mahal I'm doing. That is taking a bit of a longer stretch. You can get them with silver foil. I have seen them, and you can get them with gold foil. That's what I have made a couple of, but I do love these with the colored foil underneath. And I know it's not, um, it's a bit different from kit to kit, but because some of them comes with these, which is a wooden. This is actually just a nail cleaning thing, and I just bought them just because they were very cheap and they were very pointy, and also have this. So that's just an ordinary nail cleaning thing. But they do come with these sometimes, or with these like in a holster like that. And then there is sometimes, I don't have that here. Sometimes there's a little brush. Let's see if I have it up here. I do. So sometimes the kit will have, yeah, there will be this in a kit with like this. These two can be with the pictures, or they can just be with like this, for instance, or it can be a combi of all three. So that's a bit from picture to picture and from shop to shop, whether they what they put in and some of them have none of it. So but I have bought all of mine on Amazon, and they always say what they put in, what they have in the package. So you will not see. This is how this one, the latest one I bought, came with this. I actually haven't packed it out because I was like, I already have. So this was what I think was what in one of these combinations. So it with a brush, with this one, and with this one. The thing with this one is that it's okay, but it is a bit, can be a bit harsh on the paper. I have experienced sometimes. So yeah, but I have seen Veronda use this sometime too. I think he has one that's like this. I have had one in black, a bit like this, but it wasn't as sharp on the edges as these are. So I actually like this one most with the with this one on the end. So yeah, Bright City. Yeah, I think it was in the package I have with the city. So that's so just check if you want to buy one of these on Amazon. Just it will say what they include in the package. It will say. Maybe I should try. It was just. No, it's the same. Okay, it is the same. So, but I bought, and I would say there's a brush in with that, but I bought this a kabuki brush, and it's perfect for it. So I bought it as a store, like a dollar store. You have a cheap store you can buy cheap things in. I bought this for nothing. So, and it's really good actually. It's really good brush. If I hadn't used it for this, I would absolutely have been using it for my makeup. So I did this scratch thing many years ago, and actually I started. think I was a young girl, a very young girl, maybe 13, 14. I got a scratch board with a horse on, um, and I started it, and then I put it away because I didn't have the patience to do it. I think it was one I got when my mom was out on one of her shopping sprees in a crafting store, and I got that board. So that was what it was, and it was just laying around. I didn't throw it out, luckily, because then some years later, I think I was in my early 20s, I suddenly stumbled about up on it on in one of my cleaning sprees at home, in one of my homes I had. So I was like, oh, and I sat down and I did the completely scratch board, just completely, engulfed in it, and had like, oh, a really pivot moment, but I couldn't find it afterwards. We didn't have a where I lived. I didn't have access to a crafting shop where I could buy it. So it's like, okay, I had it on my wall for the longest year, just hanging, and then I think I lost it in one of my moves. Um, in my early 20s, no, in my 20s, between my 20s and my 30s, I moved a lot. So I had a bit of a rough life at that point. So I think I lost it in one of those moves. But when I started doing all this crafting thing and the streaming thing, I was like, I really want something that I can do that is not, you know, that is an easy thing just to drag out and do and have and not, it didn't, you know, I didn't need a lot of tools, and I could do it in just a, do it for 10 minutes or so and just put it away and take it out and do it for another 10 minutes another day. um and that's how I remember it from when I did the first scratch bow. So I was searching on Amazon. And I mean, if I've had Amazon at that point, the way I have Amazon today, I would absolutely have bought it back then when I did the first one. So, so I have known the scratch method for a lot of years. For me, it reminds me of when I was in school and we have like a crafting class, and we have had that for since I started school. It's part of the Danish school system. I don't know if it is today. Probably is in some ways in the smaller classes, but we had it like up till when we were around 14 or something. Then it stopped. But we have a crafting class, and we had a crafting class, then we have a where you were working with clay and drawing and all that, and then it would shift more over to knitting, crocheting, sewing, and some stuff like that. And it was for all, both boys and girls, and it was mandatory, so there was no moving around it. Everyone had to attend and try it out, no matter if they wanted to or not. I remember, and what I remember for those crafting classes is that we had a thing where we would use one kind of coloring pen as a bottom, and then we would have another to put over, and then we would use a pen to scratch patterns or draw in it, and it looks absolutely amazing. Um, and it reminds me of that. With a lot of the boards I buy, I don't think with small ones, but with the big ones, that actually comes along with an empty one, so you can do your own scratch from the bottom. So you don't have the whole gray area you have to remove. You can just scratch. And I know Rhonda has done that. Um, I'm a bit. It scares me a bit with the scratching thing, because I'm like, but if I just scratch, and what if I do it wrong, then I can't, erase and do it over. It's like it's there. So I haven't, the only one, I have a couple of them, and the only one I did anything on was my be right back sign, and I was like, I can always do something more on it, and I haven't. So, so much for I can always do something more. So, but yeah, scratch is a good thing, I think, and it's for all ages, in the way that you of course need to be able to control your finest motorics things, so the small ones. So it's just, especially with the smaller pictures. I think with some of the pictures you will be able to find pictures you don't have too many details on, and it won't matter so much if you shake a bit on your hands or something. I was looking at packs mostly for stream. Yeah, yeah. I love doing it on my stream. And I was looking for the small ones here, just because the big ones can be a bit much, too much sometimes, maybe. Where I think it's like with the small ones, you will get faster results. and to my temperament, like more I can show, and then I can, how I was thinking was I can do this maybe over a timeline on 2 weeks. So if I do it every time I do it, and then I can be like done with it and moving on. Picked up a pack. Binge. I'm sorry. Oops. Yeah, it is what it is. It's for your stream, right? So, oh yeah. But the good thing, the good news pages, there's not much left I can show you of new things that you can get, inspired by. My line is already coming along. I love him. I saw the picture you posted. He's beautiful. He's absolutely beautiful. I was working on my Oaloa painting, the one with the small Korean girl on in the national dress. I'm gonna work on it tomorrow. Um, Again, I didn't get to work that much, just because a lot of people stopped by today. Yay! And then I can't. Then I'm just talking a lot and not working that much. So, but I got 2 lines done with the mesh ruler, so it was okay. It's a beginning, and I mean, I'm being like, it's gonna something I'm gonna do for month of March and maybe April. We will see, but at least for the month of March. So, so you will get to see it. You will get to see it. Don't worry. I'm starting. I've started beginning. Yeah. Hang on. All over. I started on moving my streams from Twitch to YouTube. So I have made a new playlist on my YouTube channel that's called VOD, I think. Something. VOD. Something more than VOD, but I can't remember what it is. And my plan is I'm gonna make a rhythm, so I'm kind of when they are ready, all of them, including my Sunday stream, I will export them to YouTube and push them live, or push them on either Monday or Tuesday, but preferably Monday. I would just be pressing the button because what it is, the exporting thing that is taking most of the time. When they are on YouTube, it's not a big of a deal just to push them on because they are being saved on my YouTube channel as private, and I really love that. So I can actually decide whether I want to put them out there or not. The VODs are going to be quite raw, so I'm not gonna edit in them. So it's gonna be what happened on the on the stream that's coming on the VOD too. I am a transparent person, Pia, and I was to apologize so much for last weekend. I really was absent minded, and as a friend, I felt short in supporting you. I would not have gone live if I was aware you were going to be online, and I sort of got to me. I also overthink things. So I know you will say it's okay, but I feel upset doing. Oh, for heaven's sake, binge. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, and I get it, and I do appreciate that you feel the way you do because we're friends and you don't want to overstep any lines and all that. But on the other hand, you know, it's not like I have any license on my time slot or whatever. I am going live and I mean I have tried to be live spontaneously on a Saturday, and I found out that was a very bad day for me to go live because Saturday is the day where Miss Coffee is line, and when she's online I have no one on my stream, just saying. And so that's just how it is. And I mean, if you want to go online, for crying sake, Asa. And sweet binge, don't overthink that. I would never be mad if you went live streaming while I was live streaming or at the same time or anything. Not at all. Not at all. And as I said, I'm just here. I'm just lurking in the background because I am starting my stream. So I'm not gonna say anything, but just so you know, I'm here, and it's perfect. You know, I think that, and that's coming from my heart. I know by now that you would never do anything to hurt me. You would never do anything to make me sad. And I know that just the feeling for you that you might have done harm to me makes you upset and gets to you. Um, so I do appreciate your concern and all that, but there's no need for it. It is an overthinking thing, and I am not mad. I haven't been mad at all at you. I mean, I was just like, well, yeah. And to be honest, I didn't even realize. Like, I was like, I was more thinking, well, maybe I did uh, mistake of times or anything, because usually I would be like, I would be on YouTube, so I wouldn't be on Twitch, and I think that's might be what kind of all that maybe collapsed a bit. And I mean, I got your rage, you're so made up for it. But yeah, I value you, and to be honest, if I was aware, I prefer to watch streams. Yeah. Just so you know, we're okay, binge. And I get what you say, and I appreciate it. So yeah, we're okay. We're absolutely okay. Oh, let's see. Well, yeah. So I'm looking forward to see what scratch you have bought. Oh my. I have been a very expensive friendship so far for binge. Almost like Miss Coffee has been for me, I think. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see her stream with the cross stitch. I saw really a tiny bit, and then I had to do some things for myself. And so when I came back, she was reading out, and so it was all ended. But it was okay because I am doing my cross stitch already, but it could have been a cozy thing to hang out and do cross stitch. I got landscapes. I have been wanting to do the Golden Gate Bridge for a while. I just can't find a licensed one that is a diamond painting. Oh, no. No, I would keep an eye on Dreamer Design. I think they are the ones that might be closest to have artists that do that kind. I kind of think I've seen something in that style. As you illus the solution on that one, you know, Binge, is for you to travel to Golden Gate, take some pictures, and then do a diamond painting. Get a custom made. I can get the Golden Gate Bridge or Bay Bright painting. I'd love to get one. Yeah, they have a cable car one, but it's not the bridge. Oh, that's what I saw. Hmm. But I think, like, style wise, it is more likely to be from there, from Dreamer Design, or maybe Carrot dot art. They might also. Um, as I recall it, those company has a bit more like mainstream thing in like picture style wise, like bridges and all that in like photos style thing. I have tons. I used to live in San Francisco, but we all know the hassle of finding a decent custom company. It's a hit or miss. Yeah, I would say um, I have never got a custom made. I think I don't even know if she does it, still does it, but I think if I ever should get a custom made, I would contact Jade. Just because I know when she did, or I talked to her about she did it, she was very um, professional, and you know had a lot of both of what the customers want, but also what was really doable. So, but I don't know if she still does it. She might have taken that out of her business just because it does eat out a lot of time. So, so no, I don't know if a Dreamer Design does it too. I think also you did see that ship picture I got. I just learned that it's an AI image, and I'm not sure how I feel about it now. If it's the one from DAC, if it is it that one, yeah, the one from DAC, it's correct. It's an AI, but the way they use that you artists use AI is they do it as a traditional art or digital art, and then they use AI to polish it. So AI is helping finding all the quirks and things that you might as a person overlook. So they help polish the picture. so that it's not an AI that has come up with the idea or has made it. They are just using it as a file, or like as a sculpture. You do have files, or so it's just a tool. And I know this from Miss Coffee because she was like, AI, no fucking way. But then she was talking with DAC and they explained why or how this is working. And the thing is that if you, even though you're only using it as a tool, you still have to write it as an AI picture. So yeah, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. I think it's controversial for a lot of people. And I think for a lot of us that has this very close to our heart, we do get a bit on up on the barricades, and Miss Coffee did too. Like, what the hell, DAC? What the hell are you doing? So, and that's why it's a good thing always to ask if you're in doubt, because and you can ask DAC, for instance, say, hey, I noticed what is going on. I'm really not a fan of the AI, and then they will give you an explanation. Um, so, and that was the explanation that Miss Coffee got, and why she kind of let her guard down, because she was all ready to leave leave the AC, be like, what the hell, what are you thinking? So in the way, because I think the one of us that really are like, we like DSC, and we are not. It's not driven by a business connection. It's just by the respect of the art and the artists they have. The first thought you will have is, what the hell are you doing? Are you like moving to the enemy? So perfect that you asked about it, or say anything about it, because that's also the way. If you don't say anything about it and you don't ask about it, and then you just build your own theories. That's how rumors that they kind of are developing from one feather to 1,000 chickens or hen. So, oh, that looks amazing, those hairs, right? I really like how they like made it highlighted. So that's gonna look amazing. So what with the other one I did, I was like really reluctant to do the whole body and face part, just because I think it looks so amazing without. But it does make it a bit more, you know. When I started doing, I actually started with the arms, and then I was really like, okay, I can see why, but I'm still, yeah, neutral. So I would love to have a hair like this and to braid it. So maybe I just shouldn't cut my hair and just let it grow as a long hair, and then just give in for the gray hair that comes. I am a bit annoyed with the fact that I do get gray hairs, but I'm not getting gray hair. I just get, like spots here and there. I just want it, if I'm gonna get gray hair, why can't I get it everywhere, over the whole hair line? I also have to say that I'm really gravitating towards Chuck Pinson and Abraham Hunter as my favorite artist. I get you. I get you. I love. I have. I have done a lot of Chuck Pinson. I really love his way of doing landscapes. I don't mind doing landscapes, especially not if it's DAC, because they have a really good print and I can turn it around. So yeah, I love Chuck Pinson. My very first Caesar day is a chalk pencil. So it's, and I would say it's not all of them that are very heavy confetti. Some of them are not. And I think it makes so much sense if you are into the landscape and all that. It makes so much sense, perfect sense to be a fan of Chuck Pinson and Abraham Hunter. So. They both have beautiful art, and my favorite landscapes artists too. Yeah, of course they are, Stila. If they are my favorite, they're your favorite too. No, but they are, and that's it is kind of the funny thing. It sounds like it's something more quirky or so, but it is actually a fact. It's actually a fact. And a sweet fact, I think. It's not I don't think it's spooky or anything. I think it's a sweet fact. That we do share a lot of things in common. That, and some of the things where I'm kind of, you should almost think that we grew up together, but we don't. We haven't grown up together, but we might as well did. No. So. So I am back tomorrow, and I think I'm gonna do a rinse and repeat tomorrow. To be honest, maybe I should try that red pen out I found. That might be an idea. Can it sit in here? So I think it's gonna be like today. I'm gonna start out with some diamond painting, and then I'm gonna do some scratch, and we're gonna do angel cards. No, not those. We're gonna do those tomorrow. Angel cards. And yeah, and have a chat. So, Steve, are you working tomorrow, or will you be here from the beginning, or how does your schedule look like tomorrow? Bench is not coming because he is having his date night, so he won't be here. It's so cute you have a date night. No, I think it's so cute. You're off tomorrow? Yay! It's all day crafting. Yeah. You never thought you should learn to appreciate your crafting so much, did you? Oh man. I'm gonna do, I think I have an appointment tomorrow, and when that's done, I think I'm gonna do some of my gallery, and then maybe one of, I have 3 tips and tricks videos I really would love to do before my winter holiday ends, and that is I want to do one for trays, one for pens, and one for wax and parties. Just because I kind of think it's you know, it kind of connected to the other videos I put up today, that I was like, this is the start, and stuff like that. Oh, and containers. I'm gonna do one with those too. So that's 4. But I'm trying to do a new way where I'm being a bit more quick through it, and then if you want to know more, like, then come and see me at my stream and ask there. So I'm kind of trying to do a more intensive version, and I'm sorry again, it's all in Danish. So but but that's how it is. Framing ideas would be a nice video, please. Oh, yeah. I had a boring point at work today. Computer problems. The way I wished I had craft project with me. You have to have a crochet project in your bag, Stila, for whenever that. I. To be honest, when I usually back in the days, no, before I had all this with my partner, and when I have a full day work schedule, I will always have a book with me, whether it was one, in from my social working time, or it just was a crime book or whatever. I always had a book with me because whenever I had the time, it was not often, but whenever I had, I could just pick up the book. So framing ideas, I don't have so many framing ideas. I only have one thing I do, binge, and that is putting duct tape around the white. Now this one here is my Christmas picture. It has a bit more than duct tape, but I put like black duct tape around the picture frame here on the white part, and then with the Christmas one here, I had a washi tape I could add to it, but yeah, I put actually duct tape. So this is like a poster. So this is my cheap way of framing a picture. Is actually just make it a poster. I use nano tape to put it on the wall. So that's what I do. Yeah. Oh, good idea. Keep a book with me. Yeah. Because, I'm just blown away every time I see this one. It's so pretty. It is pretty. He is pretty. He is pretty. It's called Mary Morgan. So it must be his name must be Morgan. So that's how I do it. And I put up several pictures around the house. And what I do is I put nano tape in the corners and midway, so it will be kind of hold in place, because it is a bit heavy, both the canvas itself and then you put drills on. So just to keep it up, because this is actually the only one that dropped down, and I think the reason for it was because I only put nano tape in the corners. All the other ones I have put midways, so there's kind of a 3 hold, and then none of them has dropped down. So yeah. You do the same, Ola? Yeah. It is, for me, I think it's the cheapest way with all the pictures I do. In the beginning, I put my pictures in frame and glass, just to protect them and all that. But I mean, at the moment, I've completed around 40 pictures all in all, maybe a bit more. So I can't put all of them. I don't have money to put all of them in frames. I wish I had, because I actually like what the frame and glass does for it, but I don't. So for me, to make it a poster-like thing is the cheapest way and the best way, because then I would actually get to put it on the wall. I can see the ones I did last year that actually was intention to put in a glass and frame are still hanging around and hasn't come that far yet. So this is a picture I'm working on at the moment. I started on today, and it has 50 colors. It is a 50 by 70, so there's quite some colors in that picture. I think that the sections that are like color blocking are very few, but I think it's gonna be an amazing picture when it's done, just due to all the colors that are in the picture. It looks like this, dude. So this is how it looks like, the original. So that is what I'm gonna work on tomorrow, on stream, and it's my intention to do that the entire month of March. Only on stream. I'm not gonna work on it off stream, because off stream I'm working on my snow dragon. And I would almost say, if you're curious about the snow dragon, I'm gonna put it, I'm gonna show it, the progress on that, when I am either on Veranda stream or Miss Coffee stream, and they do some, you know, when we have these walkthrough on the Discord, then I will be showing my snow dragon there. So that's how we're gonna do that. So you can follow this picture here on my stream, and the snow dragon on someone else's stream. So without further ado, I have to get off here. It is over my bedtimes, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you are kind of just keeping me in the loop, aren't you? I'm trying to get out and you are dragging me right back in. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. So, yeah. What are we gonna do? I think just today, because I am beat. So, last time I tried to raid out, it was a mess. And I just don't have kind of the extra energy for that mess today. So I think I'm just gonna check up and see if I have anyone. Obviously, I could go and raid, and other than that, I'm just gonna end the stream. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's see. What do I have? You are so welcome, Stila. You're always welcome here. I'm just gonna close this. Okay. I'm always happy when you just can. And sometimes I will admit I'm kind of, I'm just gonna hang around until Stila is stopping by. Okay, everyone, 1,000 thanks for stopping by and keeping me company here today. And Painting Pals, yeah, you're most welcome. I appreciate all the support you give me by stopping by. And as I said earlier, no matter whether you're here for 2 minutes and just saying hi, or you are here for the entire stream, it's all appreciated equal. I'm back tomorrow, same time, 8 p.m. Central Central European time, and with a lot more with this, and I'm probably gonna do the scratch because it's going very well and I want to see what's coming underneath. So see you all. Let's stay in touch. Take care out there. Bye.